in the end of like the first big chapter of this, possibly of the whole thing if we want to. This would be a pretty good stopping point if we wanted to call it a wrap. So, time for a more comprehensive question here, I think. I've probably asked this before earlier in the campaign, but I'm going to ask it again now that we're sort of in a milestone slash possible ending. So, what have you enjoyed the most about this? What have you enjoyed the least? Be as informative as you can about each.
Hmm.
Doesn't seem like a character question to me.
It's not really, it's more homeworky question, but we'll start with that and we'll go from there.
I think we've stayed in each town like just the right amount.
Okay.
I think that's probably my best. Like I've liked all the people. No one overstays their welcome, including us, and we get out of there. Now, I like us like riding around and exploring and seeing all these different places. And of course, that being said, if we end up staying in like the next town even longer than Springfield, I'd be perfectly fine with that.
Mhm.
But I think this has worked out very well for us.
So what you're saying is the pacing.
The pacing is my best so far. Uh, that and so far I've liked all of my shootouts. Shootouts have
Mhm.
been fun.
I was gonna say pacing as well, so that was
No. You
Chance
come up with
took mine.
something else then.
It's not
You come
fair.
up with something else. You come up with a second best. No outs this time.
You've also done a very good job of making a country accent distinctive wherever we go.
Still waiting on
Yeah,
my
that's
high pitched
that's what
nasally
I was gonna
voice.
say.
Both.
Role playing, and you made each environment distinctive from one another, whether that be in the outskirts of a large town or in the town to the mountains. Each place was distinctive in its people, and that was a good thing.
All right. What was your second best, Austin?
I'm gonna need a minute.
All right, then. What about worst for
Go
you
to
two?
people's
While Austin's
worst.
thinking. Yeah.
Hmm. Whatever
The
Austin's
worst.
best is, that's
What's your
Pacing.
second worst then?
fine.
I'll
Hmm.
say the worst would be the variety of gameplay.
Okay. Elaborate.
Oh, so like we're either finding information and then doing a shootout, or yeah, we're either finding information or we're doing a shootout. There is no like extra activities that we've really done
I
or
mean that
could have been a part of.
that is also like part of y'all on that end. Like you are able to do whatever you want. Just because I've laid out a carpet doesn't mean you guys have to follow it.
True, but it's also the DM's ability to in place certain activities there. Like
Okay.
when we went into the mine, maybe you could have made it into more of a puzzle than say we just walk in and then have the interaction. Maybe it could have been more. Or when we went into the factory, maybe there was some locking mechanism that the mad scientist made up, and we had to use like figure out like, oh, which lever activated what door leading open another door. Shit like that.
So what I'm hearing is you want puzzles. You
I,
want
I didn't say just puzzles. I'm just
well
saying.
that's what you described though. You want more like thinking solutions.
I mean, there could have been like, okay, there's those, or you could have done another activity, maybe just a simple session where we bid on fucking horse races, or maybe had in interactions with, we stumble upon a like a gang of people in the streets, and there was like dog fighting, and we had to figure out like, oh, do we support this to make some easy money, or do we not support this? And I don't know,
So you want
different
side
interactions.
content, is what I'm hearing.
Sure.
Daniel wants a
Sure.
side
There
quest.
you go.
You want side quests? Okay, sure.
Okay, I got my best. I got mine.
Or you could just be wrong. Whatever.
It can be
Mine just could
wrong.
be.
There are no wrong answers, Daniel.
There are no wrong
That's what,
answers.
that's what it sounded like.
I feel like you're hearing that. No one is saying that though.
Mm.
You're saying you would appreciate more variety in the mission types and settings.
Sure.
But I for my best, I actually have really enjoyed how because like session 0 we made our like characters and we did the rolling bits on all the things about their lives and things like that. I've enjoyed how you've incorporated the 3 of our lives that were rolled for us into the game because I don't feel that it was ever forced. I feel like it was the way you did it. It was very fluid and how they got put in and incorporated into the story setting, even though like our main mission line doesn't never really fully coincided, like in example with JP stuff, but you were very well able to incorporate the family business into Springfield, and I liked that.
I'm glad that hit well because that's one of the things that always bothers me the most about TTRPGs is when people are like, all right, make a backstory and then it's irrelevant and never comes up again.
Or if it comes up, it's just like thrown in the face of the person because that's typically what it's like. It's like, oh, you're in this town. Oh, by the way, boom, here's your life. No, I liked that the Springfield stuff, all the underground bad stuff going on, that coincided perfectly with JP's family's type work. So then it was a really easy way for you to put the sister that's kind of the oldest and the big one, Amanda, into some stuff. But then also, oh, by the way, they knew you were close to your sister Jessica and they know you're around. So they took her. I liked that because it was super. It would have been easy just to put Amanda or one of the siblings that were cool with the family business, or mom and pop, and throw them somewhere. I liked how you also pulled the one of 2 siblings, because the one Timmy's missing, he's the snitch, but you were able to pull the other quote unquote good sibling in, and it felt like a good fit for it.
Okay.
And I liked how she acted because there would be a little animosity of her being mad, not as much that he just left the situation, but that he left her in the situation. And I liked, because that's kind of how I felt, even though like some of the dialogue, if it was more like you did it sounded to me more like you abandoned me, and I liked that because in essence he did. He was a 16 or 17-year-old who abandoned his other sibling to find a better life for him, and he never thought to take her with.
Mm-hmm.
I liked that. I appreciate it.
Good. All right. What about worse from you two?
Everything else. No, I'm kidding.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Brian writes down, kill JP
Kill Jay.
today. He's low on point. I think I'm in negative. I think I don't have a single point left. No, I got a couple.
That's great. I love that.
Worst.
So I think this is part of what we're currently doing.
Mhm.
And even last session was a huge step for this, but I'm having to think and be nitpicky. But I think I landed on like enemy variety,
Mhm.
which I know like in a Western is hard to do because most people are just got 6-shooters and that's what we roll with. And so far, the times we've done all that has been a blast, and I love shooting people with 6-shooters. Well, like last session, I mean, we had the Def Dread or whatever we called it. We had the guys doing science magic,
Mm-hmm.
and so like we're already taking steps there. So like, I would like to see more. Like I got a taste of it. Guess I
Mhm.
want more, please.
This is fair.
Call
This is
that a
definitely
cop
fair.
out, but I think that's where I'm at, because I am struggling to find one.
Well,
No, I agree with that. I was feeling a little bit of variety too. Needed a little change up.
well, I'm just gonna screw myself again because Chance is taking all my stuff. But
Second worst.
well,
Your second worst.
mine wasn't on that side of it. I was gonna say more. My favorite session was the one where we fought the, porcupine massive bull mix. That just conglomerated monster. And I liked that, session 1 had the idea of chasing a monster. We eventually found said monster and fought it, and that was a really good one too. If I was gonna pick something, I would really like to be able to pull more into the monster
The supernatural aspect.
Yeah, because it just the way the gameplay folded with those always seemed to be so good in my mind.
No, I agree. I've been wanting to sprinkle more interesting fights in there, though I'll admit I've had trouble in a city doing it.
Right.
Yes, and I also meant to also include the Scarecrow in that, because if the one it wasn't my favorite, the Scarecrow fight was also. It didn't last super long. It wasn't like the most, but all the information around it, trying to get to it, and then it being this Scarecrow, and then us being split up and fighting. I loved that fight. It seemed kind of one-sided because we went kablam blam blam, but still loved
I
it.
found that this is definitely a system where combat is almost always going to be incredibly fast, like maybe even faster than D&D.
Mm-hmm.
Just
And I'm
because
okay with
of the
that.
nature of
It doesn't have to be long. Something just about fighting those creatures has been very interesting in this setting.
Okay. Cool. Now, I appreciate the best and worst. Any other like big concerns, things you'd want to bring up about how this has went, things you'd like to see changed, whatnot? So I figured this is a good spot since we're probably, if we keep playing, are going to be moving on to a different locale, more of a clean slate to change stuff up.
Have you
Anything
considered
else?
changing your face?
Not really. I'm pretty okay with it. Yeah. But seriously though, anything you guys really want to see more of? Any big concerns about where this is going? Anything else you'd like to see changed? And you know what I'm saying? Anything like that?
I just want more, homie.
Okay, sure.
I want to hear the nasally voice of my sister.
I worked on it
non-stop.
I worked on it in the car. I'm gonna try my best. What about you, Daniel? Anything new, interesting, more of change ups?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. In that case, that's all of that notation out. Also, Austin discussed this with the guys earlier. One, did you make sure to mark down your D4 and thievery as a permanent thing? Because I know I threw it at you guys in the middle of the session, which was
I got one.
okay. And then also, we were trying to figure out the conundrum about how many weapons you could carry, so I just kind of came up with kind of a normal system for it.
Sounds good.
I kind of based it off a Hunt's thing, but I think it works out. Essentially a point system.
Gotcha.
A normal person, which you and Ollie fall into, can carry 8 points worth of weaponry. Long arms are worth 3 points. Medium-sized arms are worth 2. Small arms are worth 1. And then anything knife size or smaller doesn't count.
Okay. Is there anything? So anything large is just 3. There's not because we like the big 4-barrel shotgun. Would that be more because it's just big?
I think if we ever get into if we were to put it in Fallout terms, if we were to ever to get to like big guns, then we might do that. Like if you guys were to acquire a Gatling gun or a punt gun or some sort of like rocket launcher or some shit like that, then we would start talking maybe of something bigger than a 3 slot. But that's not an immediate concern at the moment.
Gotcha.
And if somehow transpires during the session, we'll just do it on the fly.
Sounds good. I was just double checking because I'll be right at 8 with what I have.
Sweet. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that since that one's technically, a double barrel's already a large, since it hasn't added, I wanted to make sure you didn't want that counting as more.
All right. Thanks for the homework. Thanks for the cleanup on that. This is an open dialogue. If at any point you guys think, even after this session, any point in the session, like something you want to change, something you really don't like that you want to be ixnayed, anything like that, just let me know. Just, keep this all going smooth and whatnot. Other than that, let's go ahead and get to the actual character question. This one's a simple one. In the Tao of perhaps endings, new beginnings, whatnot, what does your character think awaits them when they die?
Peace.
Peace.
Don't have to worry about none of this.
hmm hmm
Damnation in the lowest levels of the eternal abyss for the sins committed and the atrocities associated with through a lifetime of war and
Mm,
pain.
mm.
I was gonna say paradise. So
I think we hit the full spread of afterlife right there. I think we hit eternal nothingness, eternal reward, eternal damnation. That's the full gamut. That's what we like to see. That's balance. That is balance. Good answers, everyone. Everyone take a chip.
Oh,
God.
hamburgers.
He's doing that because we'll need them.
Yeah.
Randy,
Everyone.
keep that extra one.
Guys, I liked your answers. Take a chip.
No, no. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. So who wants to previously on? I believe Chance did it last time.
I mean, I can do it again. I don't mind.
Whoever wants it can take it.
So there we were, trying to figure out a plan to sneak into Van Zandt Industries and rescue the 3 hostages and get out undetected. We tossed around a few ideas. We had option A, which was try to sneak in quiet, or option B, use some grenades and blow our way in, aka make a distraction to sneak in the opposite side. Uh, we tried option A, and that wasn't working. So we made a deal with the matron of the local brothel to have some people make the distraction for us. Before that, we stopped by Jimbo to do a last minute run of arms. And then, yeah, I don't think anything crazy happened, but we waited outside Van Zandt Industry. Eventually, our grenade went off, and we hopped the fence, got to the drainage pipe we were going to sneak into, used some acid from Jimbo to help wiggle our way in. And inside, we had to sneak past some guards through like a conveyor belt system. And then we got to like a floor manager's room with a freight elevator and this damn lock. We tried to break the lock, that didn't work. We tried to pick the lock.
Eventually worked.
That eventually worked. We arranged some boxes for cover in case we needed it, took that up, waited just a little bit, some wonderful elevator music, and then JP slowly opened the door and got the hell out of the way as 2 bodyguards peeked in and went, huh? And one got a steam powered bolt through the eyeball, and the other one got a haircut.
Yep.
And then he promptly tried to shoot us. And so sneaking was over. And there was 4 of these guards. I had some super aprons with some gadgets on them that let them do magic and some quad barrel shotguns. They almost hurt us really bad. But thankfully, they didn't. Killed those guys. We now have a few quad barrels. Wonderful, wonderful. Uh, while the boys were looting, Ollie went and found the hostages. And he's like, yo, surprise, you're being saved if we survive this. And got the sheriff's daughter and I think a daughter of a rich family in town. And then
No, that would be the daughter of the lady who got hanged when you came in.
that's the one.
Yep.
I knew I should have remembered her.
Mhm.
So Ollie found both of them, and then like, hey, there should be like a third of you. She's probably like super pissed. And they're like, it's that room. I was like, cool. Kicked that in. And she's like,
Orders.
you'll never take
Finish
me
the
alive, you
blueprints
son
and
of a
power up.
bitch. I said, not going to, because we're getting out of here. Grab a shotgun. Let's go. And she's like, all right. Then she promptly walked over to JP, kicked him in the nethers, and they started
Mhm.
squabbling. And then we heard the elevator start to rise. And we said, fucking what? And so Ollie threw a grenade in. Explosion. Kept coming up. And we scrambled away to try and get some cover from whatever the hell was coming from the basement. And the door opened. Ollie threw another grenade in. Nothing happened. And then a goddamn little baby mech walked out and unleashed a hell of gunfire. Almost chopped us in half. Mr. Whitman said he was going to go be a hero
Mm-hmm.
and commit seppuku in a way. Thankfully, he didn't have to. We managed to bring it down. It promptly exploded.
Yeah.
That was bad. And now we're picking ourselves up and have to try and figure out a way out of here alive.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
That is the gist of it. Go ahead and take a chip. That was very good previously on. So, the knife's edge. It's the worst place imaginable that a person can find themselves. It's deadly and cutting, able to bleed you dry if you fall, yet almost impossible to keep your balance on. One false move, one mistimed step, and a story can end in an instant. The infiltrators in the top floor apartment of Van Zandt Industries are suddenly starting to realize how precarious position they stand. Cornered and beaten in a redoubt with only one way in or out, with several innocent people to account for, the bells of the compound ring as forces began to gather for a siege. With the element of surprise gone, their options limited, and the shell of a mechanical monstrosity, the likes of which they've never seen, lying broken at their feet, they find themselves swaying upon the knife's edge. So, when we open up, you guys are pretty much just straight off the recovery of what has just happened. There's still smoke and steam filling the room, making it moderately difficult to see. The still sparking and charring wreckage of the hulking metal figure that had came up the elevator to attack you guys still rests before you. Mr. Whitman is picking himself up after being thrown back. The girls and JP step forward out of the room they were in after the doorway has been mostly destroyed by shrapnel. And Oliver peeks out from behind what cover he was able to find in the foyer that he was standing in. As you guys gather yourselves, take your deep breaths, and you hear movement downstairs. You hear running, roll down the elevator. You hear running. You hear bells ringing in the courtyard. You hear yelling. Ruckus abounds. What are you guys doing?
Pick myself up. Ow. Alright, we don't got a lot of time. JP, start fixing yourself up. And Whitman, did you take any damage from the minigun?
Oh,
He got shaken by it, but
You
he's
got
good.
shaken. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you and
Got
I were
yourself
the only
up.
ones that were wounded.
Yeah, I think if I'm correct, Oliver has a wound and JP has 2.
Yes, I have 2.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh boy, I can.
Fix yourself up.
Yeah, I guess I'll
Gotta
cast
get out of here.
healing on myself.
All right.
Great.
How many PowerPoints do you have left on this thing?
5.
Okay.
So I'll have 2 after this. And get to 13.
Okay. That's 2 wounds healed with the raise. As you are able to top yourself back up and bring yourself back up to snuff. Deep breath, and you're there. While
Now,
he's in this moment, like this is all happening mostly in bullet time. As JP heals himself, what are you two doing?
Gonna hand over a chip to change the seam.
Mhm.
On the elevator, basically one of the crates wasn't shredded by
Mhm.
one of the two grenades and has like cable in it.
Sure. I will
Cool.
allow it for a chip.
Yeah.
The grenade just kind of broke open some crates and it made one of the top crates fall down. Its top breaking off, revealing cable used for wiring, most likely. It's if you had to guess, it's likely for the electric lighting outside. Uh, as for why it was coming up here, it's probably likely that a lot of the lanterns and candles you see up here were preparing to be transferred into electric.
Mm. Uh, just grab as many spools as I can like throw over myself, and
Hmm.
then throw a couple at Whitman.
Okay.
Carry
Uh,
those. We're gonna have to go to the roof.
sure. While
Alright.
he's getting all this stuff gathered together, what are you doing, Whitman, before he throws the rest to you?
Uh, dust myself off. Checking the anything of note on this machine.
Go ahead and throw me a notice check for that.
All right. Um, 7.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Um, so on a 7, it's not quite a raise, but it definitely did pass. Looking at this thing, there are several things of note. One, now that it has exploded, it has like been fully shattered to pieces. You can say for certain this was not piloted. This was not a person wearing armor. This was some form of machinery or engine or something moving by itself. Uh, you see that. You also see that underneath the armor is a lot of gears and circuitry, all that seem to be connected to the remnants of what you can tell was some sort of, I'm going to call it egg shaped cask that seems to have just the smallest trace of duskstone inlaid in it, as well as a little bit of runic writing on what little pieces you can see left, but you don't really have a better way of understanding what the rest of it was. But you see that, and then other than that, without a raise, there's not really anything you really see of note.
All right. Then I guess by that time I would get the cables.
Hmm.
What do you plan on doing with all this?
So my plan is we make some kind of zip line from the roof and try to slide our way out of here and run to cover before we get shot in the back. Now to do that, we'll have to shoot out the lights that litter across the courtyard. Girls, if you can go to your bedroom and grab whatever sheets you can. We'll be needing those too. JP, if you want to start dragging one of those guards over, I might be able to use him too.
Huh?
Okay. Um, all three girls run to different bedrooms and start coming back with sheets and just throwing them in the floor next to you guys. Um, all right. So how you guys gonna go about this?
All right.
I guess JP's gonna follow Fairchild because he's a little confused with the body. So now I'm just
First things first. Whitman, you and me, let's go ahead and start shooting the streetlights. JP, if you and the girls want to start barricading that door, but wait to cover the door because we got to drop that elevator. Just get everything ready.
okay.
You want
We got
this
to do this
done
quick.
loud?
There ain't no quiet option left. You take one side, I'll take the other.
All right.
All right.
Take the lead.
I need both of y'all to give me shooting checks. I'm gonna say you guys need 4 successes.
Okay.
Each success counts as 1. If you get a raise, it's 2.
All right. 4 successes. All right.
Wait. So we're rolling to hit.
Yeah,
Right.
just shooting. Yeah, to hit, you're
Just
shooting.
shooting. I got 10.
Okay, that's one with a raise.
So does that count as 2 of our 4?
Yeah, it
Or
does. It does.
okay. So at least an 8.
Yep. Mr. Whitman. Hello?
I got a 3, a 3, a 4, and an 11.
Okay, so 18 is pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. You get a hit and multiple raises. Do you want to use any of those as raises to change the scene in any way? That's a
Ooh,
big number.
we should definitely use that.
No. Those are 4 different rolls.
Oh,
Oh,
we'll
we'll take the 11.
take the 11. That's a hit with a raise. Excellent. Blam blam.
I was like, God, I
Alright.
guess we're gonna kill like 2 of these fucking guards or something.
All right, Oliver, you lean out the window and pop a shot and then squeeze off another and another as you start knocking out lights. Very precise, whereas Whitman taking a more aggressive stat just starts kind of fanning his hammer down at the lights, missing many shots, but hitting a few until the lights are all out.
I reload
Probably
once the
yeah,
window's
probably more
open.
probably more bullets spit on Mr. Whitman's end than yours.
I
I'll
have
take off
90
6
bullets.
bullets.
I'll be alright.
Yeah, I'm fine with losing however many. All right, take care of that.
Hmm.
And then by the time we're done with that, and our little barricade should be ready.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
And what are you guys doing like barricade wise? JP?
I
How y'all going about
guess
this?
we're going to go for just. We gotta block the door. I guess anything that any of the boxes. I guess we could take the one box that they took the wiring out of, put it up
Uh-huh.
against the door. Can I do a notice check to see if there's anything large enough to create a good enough blockage?
I mean, yeah, sure. Not really even needed a notice check. Like there's a foyer where you guys came from. You see like small
tables,
cabinets, wardrobes,
chairs,
tables, couches.
bookcases. Might as well shoot them.
It'd be my pleasure. Take out a
All right,
cigarette.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So you guys have 2 minutes. Go ahead and give me a notice check, Mr. Whitman, since you're kind of peering out while this is happening. It is dark, so you're -2 to whatever you roll.
-2.
-2.
It'd be a 4 then.
Okay.
No. Reroll.
Whatever you roll, -2 off the total.
So 6.
Okay, with the 6, you can see shapes moving down in the courtyard. You're not really confident in how many there are, and they're very difficult to make out, but you see multiple. It's not swarming yet, but you've at least seen a few shapes moving below.
Let's see. How far below is this?
It's roughly a 60-foot down, and then they're out in the courtyard a bit of a way, so I'd say 110 feet.
Oh, okay. No, that's not gonna happen. Okay.
Okay. But you take note of that. JP, in these 2 minutes while Oliver is jury rigging this steam gun to be able to fire essentially a grapple What is it you're doing?
Honestly, I guess JP's just gonna try to keep lookout from somewhere. I don't think obviously the elevator's not a problem anymore, but there's still the other doorways into the other foyer area, so
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm just gonna stay by that area. Just keep an eye out, just in case there's stairs or something that people could get up to us still.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell. Let me make sure. There's 3 girls with us, right?
Yeah, Jessica, Margaret, and Moira.
Okay. Jessica, just
2 girls and a woman.
say,
And a lady.
Jessica, just you and the 3 girls stay away from the windows, stay away from the door. Yeah, just do that. And then
I mean, all right, but
oh, I love it.
yeah. I don't know if there's any real way anyone can get in at this point.
Are there any stairs that could lead up to this area?
No, it's just the one entrance, as far as we know, at least.
I'm gonna close the door that I'm watching
Good.
and put a little thing in front of it and be like, okay.
She just kind of looks at you, Jessica does, and in this like little couple minutes gas. I do hope that there's at very least a plan after we get out of here.
We got it handled. And I'm gonna walk over
Alright.
to Mr. Fairchild and Mr. Women.
All right. In those 2 minutes fly by, you think you fashioned it to where it'll probably hold. You've got your grapple.
Alrighty. Alright. Then I guess alright. Alright. Everybody go down a room, turn off whatever light is in there, so we're not leaving any shadows for them to follow. So we creep out of here. And meet up, say 4 rooms down,
Okay, sure.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, easy enough. The gals start running around, blowing out lanterns and candles, snuffing oil lamps and whatnot as you all move a little ways down to what appears to probably be Van Zan's bedroom, as you see a very large, like 4-posted bed, sort of study laid out, desk, several chiffon and wardrobes and whatnot, and a window that seems to be leading out on either side.
Alright. So we sneak out onto the roof, climb as high as we can. I'll try to set up a zip line. And we'll try to get out of here. Sheriff and the militia shouldn't be too far past the fence. Once we get to them, they should hear us out long enough for us to turn around, start shooting back. I'll go first. I tried to sneak onto the roof.
All right. So I need a stealth check from you. This is at a +2 because it is dark. So you've at least got that going for you. The DC, which I will set. Give me a moment.
This is when we find out they have night vision goggles.
Mm-hmm.
You never know, man. The DC is going to be, the DC is going to be a 7. So very doable.
Oh, you say that like it's easy.
It's not that bad.
I mean, I guess I get a plus. Well, I get a +1. Alrighty. There's 1. All right. 11.
Okay. That's it with the raise. So you're able to sneak out without making noise, without drawing attention to yourself. So now we get to an interesting point. Where are you going to set your zip line?
I figured I'd go to like one of the like, I don't know what you'd call it, like chimney chutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then that way, like, I can have the boys get ready with the back of the cable,
Sure.
and then to like tie it off around like the chimney itself.
Okay, sure. All right, that is perfectly fine. Now, are you all going out on the roof now, or are you waiting until the shot's made? Because there's so many stealth checks from everybody.
I guess best thing to do would be to wait. If he gets the shot, then he can sneak back and let us know it's good to go. Or no. I guess the idea would be, do you think you'd have time to get the shot, make sure it works, and then sneak back before someone notices the cable?
I mean, everyone's gonna be like near that window. Assumingly, if only we had a big long thing of thread, and then I could just pull on my end of the thread.
We got some rope, I think.
I will say, whatever you guys are doing, just remember there is a ticking clock on this, and every second you guys waste, DCs are
Yeah.
going to go up.
Then yeah, let's use we'll use mine and Mr. Whitman's rope and tie that around me, and then I can pull on my end of the rope.
Sounds good.
Okay, sure. All right, so where are you aiming at? There are a plethora of options. If you were to aim at street level outside the gates, you'd have a steeper descent, which means a faster escape, but you'd be more exposed when you land.
Yep.
If you were to aim higher, a slower escape to a more secure position. But also, if you aim higher, a further shot, more chances of it fucking up.
I think we have to take a further shot.
Okay.
I will do one notice check around the courtyard, uh, just to see what we're looking at
Mm-hmm.
and check where the bomb went off.
Yeah.
How many boys they have there?
Okay. Give me a notice check.
Okay. 13.
Okay, very good, very good. Um, the light from the fire from where the bomb went off, and as I stated earlier, it seems like a bigger explosion than it should have been. So you think they may have supplemented it with something else,
Oh,
perhaps
guys.
oil or something like that, something cheap and easy that could have made a more combustible sort of situation. Illuminates the courtyard from the area. You can see coming around, there seems to be like a dozen men below you, kind of.
Ooh.
But craning out into the deeper courtyard, looking like further towards the building, gathered in the front,
Mhm.
you count about 40.
Oh my. All right, so not the front of the building then.
The front could be bad.
Front could be bad.
And I will also know, like with the rays, you still see people coming out of the barracks. This is not their full number.
Wonderful. Then yes, not the front of the building.
Started blasting.
We got to make sure our hostages are safe, and we have the militia and the sheriff, and then we can start blasting. That's what all this is for. So yeah, definitely not that side of the building, and whatever Ollie thinks is just best from that one roll.
Okay. So, judging like your entrances, your sides are going to be your best bet because the back of the factory leads to more open space, which would mean a longer shot. There are less people on that side of the factory, but the feasibility of that shot starts to really taper.
Okay.
Because the shot you're going to be making right now, just to get a high point from the side across this already 100-foot courtyard, is going to be the long range of the bolt thrower.
Yes.
So you will be starting this at a -4 to your roll.
I got chips.
Yep. So you see that same sort of area you came through, that textile mill that you had been at, that sort of crooked part of the roof where you guys have been observing from. You think you see a natural anchor point you may be able to sink a bolt into that may hold long enough to get you guys across. That also brings up a point here about how well you can anchor with one shot.
Right.
The ability of yourself to anchor this shot is not something you're really going to know from where you're shooting. However, you, as the player, will know with the roll. The better you anchor it, the higher chance of being able to zipline multiple people at once.
With last time.
If you don't anchor it well, if you try to do multiple people at once, there's a chance you break the wire and fall.
Gotcha. All right. And the textile mill is not the front of the building.
No, it's to the side.
Okay.
It's basically from where you guys have been observing this whole time, where you were able to see the drainage pipe from and all of that stuff.
Okay. All right. Then, yep. We're going back home.
Okay. So, what I'm going to need from you is I need you to make a shooting check.
Shooting check. -4.
The-
-5 because I'm wounded.
-5 because you're wounded, -4 because of range, and because you're trying to essentially make a called shot on a small spot, -4 again. So -9 on the shot.
-9. All right. So
This
what?
is not an easy shot.
Ollie's already made impossible shots. What's one
Uh,
more?
You're gonna have to make another one.
What's one more?
Yeah.
Starting off with a 6. That's what we need.
Good start.
12. All right. 14 before minuses, I don't think is going to do it. Using a chip.
Okay.
Right.
You said he needed to get a 7.
He is at
After-
-9 for the shot,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but I meant like he has to get a +7, so he needs a 16 minimum.
That's about right. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Using another chip.
If you need a third one, use mine.
All right. The second number was I rolled 14 before minuses, and then the other one was 18 before minuses.
All right. So the 18 before minuses gets you there. You are able to take the shot and anchor it well.
We're rolling again.
Okay.
You using my Benny?
I'll use mine. I'll use mine.
You can, okay.
I would like to get a 20 before minuses, but
Sure.
we'll
Sure.
see.
You're looking for a raise. I get you.
Yeah, I'm looking for a raise. Oh, sweet. All right, 18. One more roll. 24. Math. All right, 20. 20 with minuses.
Oh shit, 20 with minuses?
Yes.
Sure.
Ooh.
You are able to line up a shot, and at the rate, like the pressure in the gauge you see on the side of your steam thrower is decreasing, this is likely one of the last shots you're going to be able to get with it before it's out of juice. As you line it up, let a long exhale out, and that same sort of steam pop erupts and it flies across. You see a cord trailing behind it as it hits with purchase, and the rope starts to go before you guys start winding it back up to keep it taut.
No.
All right, and then tie it off.
Tie it off. Is that another check?
I'm not going to make you guys do a check for that. I'm going to say with all the raises you just got there, you're able to tie it off fairly effectively.
Thank you.
So you have now made a zip line.
Okay.
It's at a slower angle. So I'm going to say in order for one person to clear it, they're essentially going to have to take what would amount to 3 turns, which is not something we're going to do play by play. However,
Right.
3 turns is a quarter of a minute.
Yeah.
How many people are you going to send on this line at once?
We could do 2 if we're feeling. Be one of us with one of the girls each time.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, we could do that. Or if we want to get the girls out quickly, we could do one of us with a girl and then 2 girls, and then the last one be 2 of us.
How long does it take?
A quarter of a minute.
Yeah,
So
roughly
about 18
18
seconds.
Yeah.
18 seconds. Yeah. And it's anchored.
It's anchored. It'll hold. You know you're very confident it will hold at least one person. Your confidence starts to shake it too. But
Okay.
you believe it. It's just you think that's where the diciness starts.
Okay. So we do 2. Oh shit. Do we do 2? And forgive me. Do we end on Whitman because he has the largest carrying load?
Maybe
Yeah.
you and Austin need to go create a foothold.
Austin will be he'll be in the second batch. I'll go with the
Mhm.
sheriff's daughter.
We'll send you 2 first to create the foothold, then all the women go, and then I'll go last.
I will also point out that having to hold your own body weight for 18 seconds may not seem like a lot, but these young ladies are not particularly athletically built. The exception being Jessica seems a little sturdier than the others, but
About to
still
say,
not
I'm about to hold on to Jessica. What you talking about?
still not like burly by any means.
Well, if their grip fails them, then that means it was their time to perish on this world.
All right. Yeah, I think we got to do one of us a girl,
Mm-hmm.
one of us a girl, and then probably Jessica, and then Whitman.
Okay.
And what kind of, if we were to like tie the girls to us and we try to shimmy ourselves and carry them, would that help, or
Well,
would that just be like
you could tie them.
completely useless?
You could tie them to us, but have everyone hold their weight. But if the girl fell, then you could be. If since you're tied, then it would become you holding both.
No, I'm saying like koala bear.
That gets difficult for whoever's being the mama koala.
Yeah.
That brings up the point that Austin's right. If one person's going to try to support the weight of 2 people, it's going to increase their athletics check pretty substantially.
What I was saying, go with your idea of tying them. Tie
I get
each
what
person
Austin's saying.
together, but then make
Yeah,
each person hold
I get that.
themselves. Yeah.
It's doing the same thing, but still in the position of koala bear in case of emergency.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, we can koala bear in case of emergency then.
Let's
Okay.
do that.
So
Just to be safe.
basically the plan from what I'm hearing is 2 people zipping down essentially with the lady facing like backwards, like probably legs wrapped around the guy, but still holding her own weight. And if she loses it, grab.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Sure. And then Jessica's just gonna have to Hulk it.
She's gonna have to do it by her fucking self, and then
She's
Whitman
got
will
this
go.
one. Okay, sure. All right. So who's going first?
I think
Oh,
Fairchild and one of the
yeah.
girls, because
Okay,
he's.
so it's
Probably-
Oliver and Margaret
Yep.
go first.
Yes, if Margaret is the sheriff's daughter,
She is.
that's the one I need.
She looks at you, looks down, and you see that as she's just like getting ready. She's not gonna fight this. She's not gonna freeze up, but you see that she is fucking horrified about what you're about to do. as she's got like that like moderately hyperventilating breath, but she's still wrapping her sheet over the top as she's like getting ready.
It's worse than it looks. Just one hand in front of the other. We'll be there before you know it.
If you say so.
Just kind of look up. Just look at the clouds. And we'll be there.
She puts her thing on, puts her legs around your waist, and just kind of closes her eyes.
Here we go.
So, here's what we're gonna have to do.
You tell me what we're going to have to do.
Since you boys are steering, I'm gonna make you guys be rolling stealth checks. But
Okay.
everyone's gonna have to roll athletics since everyone's supporting their own weight. This is a standard check. This is just a DC 4 athletics check to zip line this way, which
Okay.
may not seem like that much to you guys, but
But
at
to
least
them,
2 of these girls are not wild cards and they have a D4 minus 2. I will. Do you want me to tell you what they roll, or if they fall, you just up your own DC?
Doesn't really matter.
yeah, you up the DC. If they fall, they fall, and we'll.
Okay. Margaret's roll. Good for Margaret.
Good for Margaret.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. 8.
8. That is a raise. Good. You're able to push off and slide down pretty well with the way you're sliding. Essentially, you're able to even it out so there's not a lot of sliding noise. I'm gonna give you, since you got a raise, a +2 to your stealth check. So your stealth check is at this point it's gone up a little bit. It's at a 7.
This is where I'm worried. This is what I'm worried about. Maybe we take a 4 and roll that again. And a 4, and we're good.
Okay.
4, 11, -1, 10.
For an extraordinarily stressful 20 or less, you're not even sure, seconds, you glide across this sort of bouncing, swaying cable of electrical wire across the way to the textile mill. Gliding over the fence as you go, you hear voices all yelling out different things, ranging from "find them" to "keep it covered, look around," as you see men fanned out moving around below you as you slide your way before extending your legs sort of under Margaret to catch the impact as you make contact with the textile mill. And both of you are able to get off safely as the first transport is away.
Alrighty.
That was stressful.
All right. So Moira and JP are next.
Before I walk away from Jessica, I'm just gonna look over, put my hand on her shoulder, and while I say these things, I'm gonna cast protection onto her.
Aww.
Aw.
That's nice. Take
Take
a
a
chip.
chip. That's
Yeah.
good.
That's a 6, so it passes. So I believe it just adds a 2 to her,
2 to her
toughness.
Or, well, armor, since you didn't get
Yes,
a
yes,
raise,
yes.
but
That's right.
yeah, I get what you're getting.
And then just keep looking forward. It'll be fine. I'll be down there when you get down.
I got this.
Then I'll look at the other chick and be like, you ready?
No, but
It'll be all right. Just don't break eye contact. Just look at me. You'll be
her
fine.
eyes
Just don't look around.
Shut. Shut.
That is
If she
also
had
a good
them
idea.
shut harder, she would crack down the side of her face.
That works too.
As she gets ready, wraps her legs around your waist.
And
Your
we.
All right.
Then I roll athletics first.
Yep. Your DC is not a 4.
Oh no.
I'll use that
You want me to
Benny.
tell you what your DC is?
I don't think I want to. I'm just gonna use
Tell
chip.
him what it is.
Because she critically failed.
Oh no.
Your DC is a 12.
Eh. Eh. I love it.
King.
It's the king!
I get to re-roll the 6. I'll use another Benny.
Ooh.
Getting a little rough out here, boys. Getting a little rough out here. That's the damnedest thing about wild cards. They only roll one die, so their ability to crit fail is like way higher than y'all's
Okay.
is.
Okay. I get to reload this. That is a 15.
Whoo!
Ooh.
About a little over halfway, you see her hand slip, and before she can reach out and grab you, she just locks her legs. She is not able to koala bear you. You are essentially, as she like barely holds on, you tangle the rope in one hand, and you are one-handing this while you have your other hand supporting her, as she is only hanging by her legs,
Hmm.
as her torso has dangled down, and she is unable to reach up to you. As you are fully King Konging this all the way down, you feel your muscles burning, your tendons stretching. You feel like if you had to hold this for 10 seconds longer, your shoulder would probably dislocate.
Hmm.
As you are able to make a much less elegant landing. However, before we get to that, I need the stealth roll that accompanies this.
Yeah.
You do not get a raise, you do not get bonuses. It is an 8.
I'm gonna use chip. Got 2 more.
We're burning through them, baby.
Give me the 6. Give me the 6. Give me the 6. Oh, thank you. 66. Okay, I got a 9.
How many chips have you used in the past?
I've used 3 out of my 5, so I got 2 left.
Excellent. As you are able, you see she is about to scream, as you just using your left hand pull up on like from her lower back just to provide enough support to let her know that she is not going to fall, and that stifles her scream just enough for you guys to make it across. Oliver, you have to be in position to catch Moira so that she doesn't just smash her face into the side of this building. But you're able to pull it off, as now it is time for Jessica solo to make her crossing. DC 4, Jessica, by name of being a main character flaming member, is in fact a wild card. So she has her D6.
Oh god.
Oh god, okay, Jessica.
Jessica.
It's,
34.
the D4 was a 7, and this is a 10, so she gets hers with a raise. Um, you see her, she just kind of looks back at you, Mr. Whitman, the only person still up here, and she just kind of like throws the blanket to the side, and she just takes the shotgun and loops it over the top, and
Hell yeah.
skids down after everyone else. She gives you a wink right before she leaves and slides right off. She got a raise on hers, so she will get an increase on her stealth as hers increases to a 9. If you haven't caught the trend, it's going up by 1 every time. So, she actually has a decent stealth, given that she is a thief.
You're a criminal.
She's a criminal. So, Jessica is going to use the chip allotted to her by you guys.
I was about to bring it up. You let me know if she needs another one.
She did get a 6 on one of these.
Okay.
And a 3, a 9 exactly. As you just see Jessica one hand on the barrel of this quad, the other like in the piece between the stock, just sliding down before she hops off right at the end and shoulders it and looks back at you all. It wasn't that bad. And then we all look back to the ninja himself, the stealthy wonder, the last man to cross. Mr. John H. Whitman.
Hmm.
The first part should be pretty easy for you.
The
I
first part should
need
be
a
very
DC
easy.
4 athletics check, buddy.
I need a up though, don't I?
What do you mean?
To make this stealth easier.
Yeah,
only
you
got
need as
5.
many.
Yeah,
You
a
might want
raise
to
will make it easier.
use a chip.
All right. Shouldn't I save the chip for the stealth though?
It depends on which one you
You,
think you're
you
gonna
got
need more
4.
help with, because it's gonna like if you can get an 8, it's -2. But is that -2 worth a chip that might be spent on the stealth? I can't tell you that.
I guess I use a chip and try to get possibly good.
57.
Be cool.
7. It has to be 7.
Yeah, it has to be an 8, unfortunately. 7 does not cut it. Well, I mean, you do make the
So-
slide, you just don't get the raise.
I'm gonna save it
Okay. With
for
a 7.
stealth.
All right. Need a stealth check from you. As the pattern is gone, it is now a 10.
Ooh.
I mean, we're across now. It don't matter for loud, right?
It's true. It
No, this is
like
true.
if there was one person it's best to screw up, it's the last person across.
The only thing is, we probably could get away.
You might be able to get away clean. But you also, I'm not saying you guys have spent an astronomical amount of chips, but you have spent a whole fucking lot of chips getting away.
We can't get shot in the ass here.
That's true too.
You've said there's a goddamn army waiting for us about 30 feet that away.
It's more like 100 feet that away, but yeah, there's a lot of them.
So we have to sneakily get across, so then we can go find our army.
All right.
Is it good or bad?
That was 2 ups.
Oh,
And we got a 13.
my
Hey,
God, look
okay,
at him!
There you go, boy.
As Mr. Whitman, gracefully.
As I land, I do a combat roll, stand up, and I give the wing back to Jessica.
She nods with respect. As
don't
you
know
all
what
have,
combat roll is. That's just a regular roll. There's no such thing as it.
excellent, excellent. As you all have successfully, for the moment, escaped from Van Zandt Industries. What's the plan now? Actually, before you guys do, go ahead and give me a notice check, since you guys are now in a more secure spot.
4.
4.
12.
12. Okay.
5.
5. 12 is the only one who is able to really notice this. Since the dark is a problem, the only real saving grace you guys have for being able to see anything going on in the courtyard is the fact that the fire in the building next to you guys, or well, next to the factory, is in the second floor, which is illuminating downward to a degree, which is the only way that's able to see these things. As people are moving out, you see Van Zant's men are coming out. They've increased numbers pretty significantly since the last time you looked. They have opened the front gates, and some of them are starting to move into town. You can give me a common knowledge check if you want to.
Did they see the zip line? Let me see. Common knowledge. There it is. Five.
5 is good enough. This seems pretty simple. An explosion next to the factory, gunshots upstairs. They had one piece of leverage on the sheriff in this town, and it would behoove them to act first before he finds out.
Mm. All right. We gotta find the sheriff and quick.
Mhm.
Van Zant's men's starting to break into town. So I guess we need to go like into the textile mill proper
Mm-hmm.
and find like a window or maybe like a door, and I guess like peek out into the streets, and I'll
Uh-huh.
use like the compact mirror to kind of
Sure.
check if we see like Van Zant's men, Pinkertons, militiamen, or sheriffs, or lawmen.
Um, Go ahead. You know what? I'm gonna just let your notice check carry over since it's not really like you've changed the direction that much. As you look out, so the textile mill is essentially across the street on the side of where Van Zandt Industries is. As you sort of peek out, you see that they are not fanning out that much as they are just sort of moving straight into town.
Hoo-hoo.
Um, and that's when a second thing happens. You see the Pinkertons, what few there are sort of going a little further north. But as you're looking, you start hearing hoofbeats that get louder and louder. And from deeper in this industrial side of town, you see a full, like, herd of horses with mounted men riding out of town in multiple directions. Um, since you still got a pretty great check from last time, um, you only know these guys from reputation, but you remembered there was another gang in this side of town that you had heard about, Benton's Raiders, a bunch of ex-Union cavalrymen that had set up shop in a slaughterhouse nearby. And it seems like they are riding out in force somewhere.
Oh, so they're trying to make their play through all this?
Could be.
Okay. Mm. But no lawmen, no militia?
Um, so the thing that's you think that's keeping like any like large group of lawmen from being here is your timetable. You guys detonated an explosive and were up in that loft within like less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Like this has been a long time to you guys, but in like the bullet time of this, in the last 10 minutes, this explosion, this shootout, and this extraction have happened. There are some people gathering around. Obviously, there's a fire brigade started to work on the fire, and there may be a few deputies you can see over there, but there's no huge law enforcement presence that's managed to get there quite yet.
All right. So, boys, do we try to make our way further into town to meet up with our people, or do we try to signal over one of the sheriff's men
It's
and cause a commotion?
It.
I was like,
I don't know. I feel like it'd probably just be better if we move, because if we try to signal somebody, we could just signal the wrong person. The person we signal could get us caught.
Yeah, it never hurts to have
At least if we mess up, it's on us.
insurance. They don't have to stick with us. If you signal a lawman to come tell him what's going on, he can sneak back to his.
that's what I was thinking. All right. Suppose let's try it. So I guess, yeah, I guess one of, correct me if I'm wrong, like one of like the pair of like law arms walking about. Uh, I'll try to just use my mirror to like flash him, and then just like pull away from the door to try and get him to come investigate.
Sure. Okay, so first thing I need is just give me a d6 luck check to see if one happens to be coming by.
Sure, sure.
Uh, four and up's good. 3 and below is bad.
I got a 5.
Okay. So yeah, you are able to do that. So I don't think there's a roll on your part. I think the only roll here is on their part. So I'm gonna roll 2d6s. I'm gonna say a 4 is what they need to see it. One of them got a 6. No real point to re-roll it, but I'll re-roll it. Give him his due, and get him his 9. You see a couple deputies who are they're not riding, they're on foot. You can see them, they seem to be walking towards the fire from sort of the southern portion of town. You flash, and one just kind of oblivious, just sort of enamored trying to get to the fire faster, just keeps walking, but the other stops, turns around and looks for a moment, and just kind of holds. He doesn't come investigate, but your intention. He has, yeah.
So if he's looking this way, then Margaret, I need you to look through this door. I need someone to see you and just hold a finger to your lips. Hopefully they'll understand and be quiet about it.
Okay. Okay. And she moves to the front, just sort of does as best as she can to do what you said. And you see the deputy sort of like start walking forward. He grabs the other and they start moseying towards the two of you. Or, well, all of you. As they sort of approach the door. Can I help you, miss?
Just kind of like gesture like my arms like come in. Come please help. And I'll be like behind the door.
If he could, just I need a little help. I'm not gonna make her roll it, but if this was a bad guy, she would have to roll for that. But
Yeah.
all right, I reckon. And they just sort of peek in and look around. What is it that you're having a problem with? And as they step in, they see all of you, I presume.
Hands up. Just like, this is Margaret, whatever the sheriff's last name is. I need you to be
Rodriguez.
quiet. This is Margaret Rodriguez. We just rescued her from Van Zant. The sheriff's been strong-armed into helping, not doing anything. Van Zant's men is heading straight for him because they know we rescued her. We need help. Hands up. No guns in my hands.
That's a lot of information that this
that
dude
is.
did not know.
Yep. Welcome to the fucking show.
Why don't you just give me a sweet little persuasion check there, Super Chief?
Yeah. How fair. Milking me for all these chips.
I'm not milking you for shit, baby.
You're milking me. I'm over here being milked.
You
And
haven't
I'm bone
begun to be
dry.
milked yet.
I haven't been shot yet, but I have to get us to an opportunity to be shot in a better situation. That's the milking. Oh, that's a 6. 10.
10. Oh, all right. That was a lot that you just said, but the
I'll
sheriff's
answer
intention.
whatever you need.
I don't know if I have a lot of questions here.
Please
I've
come in,
never.
close the door.
He just kind of pushes his fellow in, shuts the door. I don't know that I've ever met Miss Rodriguez here, but I know she exists. I've seen her pictures. That's her. But what the hell are you talking about? They're gonna try to kill the sheriff.
just start going off of everything we fucking know. Like,
About
so
halfway through you
get the other
telling
girl
that,
whose name I forgot. Like,
Moira,
Moira, can you tell them about your folks? Whatever you know.
she starts to talk about her folks. As she's telling the story, you clearly get the implication she does not know either one of them is dead.
That's
Which
rough,
is
buddy.
that's
I'm
a shame.
sorry.
Which is a damn shame. But she starts talking about halfway through, you hear gunshots. And they both stop and look. What the hell was that?
That was Van Zant's men. I promise you that. They were marching towards the center of town to take care of him before we could get her back to him.
All right. I don't know if your story checks out or whatnot, but whatever this is, we need to get to the sheriff. Come on. And
All
they
right.
start moving out. And
Make sure all the girls have their their tack aprons on
Yep.
and their pistols, and we are going. We're
Uh-huh.
hoofing it.
We're hoofing it.
As you all walk out, looking back towards Van Zant Industries, you see where the gunshots are. The sort of 3 sheriff's deputies that were there looking at the fire, you see one just sort of like crawling backwards against a building before one of the Van Zant's boys shoots him in the head.
Ooh.
There's your evidence. Congratulations. Run, 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 run.
Yeah, you guys start booking. So what we have now essentially is a race.
Ooh.
Can I
You need
piss
to.
before the race? Because I'm gonna die.
You can piss. I'll piss with you. Hi, Nick.
you.
I just see that you are here now. How long have you
Howdy.
been here?
Dude, he's
I've been here for actually a pretty long while, probably
He's-
like the last 40 minutes or so.
you've been here long.
Wow.
He's been in here since I got my computer back and running, got the recording back
Yeah,
50,
I've
50
been
minutes
here.
ago.
I've just
Well,
been
hi,
listening because I
Nick.
didn't want to. Well, I've been listening because I didn't want to interrupt anything.
And we appreciate that. How have you
Yeah.
been?
I've been doing pretty good. How about y'all?
I can't complain.
I see you're on
I'm just
that
playing
cancer.
playing some. Yeah, I'm playing Cancer. I'm playing Heimerdinger.
I saw that. I was gonna message you and be like, you
Well, because I couldn't do Vagar because someone took Vagar.
right here.
He's actually pretty fun. I ain't gonna lie. He's pretty fun once you kind of get the hang of it.
Yeah, of course. You just summon 47 guns to shoot everyone with.
Well, here's the thing though. He's good when other people use him, and it's bad when I use him. So it's that kind of game.
Feel that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom since they're going to the bathroom.
It was a good pee.
Oh my god. I hate this game. Actually.
You know what? Fuck this charger. I think it's charged enough. We'll be fine.
Get some more coffee while I was at it.
A little more cafe.
I got Michaela some nice ghost mugs as a gift today from Walmart. They had like those stackable ones that are in the little like wire holder. They had
Yeah.
jack-o'-lanterns and ghosts, and I got her some ghosties.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
Mm-hmm. We still waiting on Chansey.
I think so.
Oh man, he had to go.
He had to be, man. All that fear piss that's welling up inside of him.
Yep. You see our release date for Wilds?
Mm-hmm. February.
February.
We're all pretty jazzed about that.
Still
It did
sad.
have some fucking killer recommended specs on it. Holy
I'm
shit.
back.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Alright, he's back.
All right.
Daniel, you good?
Yep.
Alright. So, what we essentially have right now is a race. Van Zant's men are starting to move through town, making their way to the sheriff. The sheriff is presumably on his way to gunshots and fire and shit. And you guys are trying to get to the sheriff before Van Zant's guys do. So, essentially, what we're doing is a race. There's going to be 3 turns to this. Each turn, I need you guys to roll a skill as a group to determine how you're trying to move through town. I'll do the same for Van Zant's men. And you've played it's similar to what we do, what Justin does at D&D for us, Chance.
Yeah.
Every turn, I'm going to roll a complication that's going to happen to one or both of you. You have to find a way to overcome it, and you have to find a way to succeed on all your checks and beat them to the sheriff.
Alrighty.
So what's y'all's first skill you're trying to roll to move through this city?
Y'all want to do athletics or stealth first?
I think it's athletics.
That's what I was
There
going
are
to
other
say.
options than athletics or stealth.
There,
If
there
you
are.
want to get crazy,
Who wants to roll riding?
it's an option.
I think
So
I think our
agility.
first one should be athletics, and then after that, I have a few ideas.
Okay.
Smarts first to choose where are passing.
See, potential.
No, I'm thinking like athletics, and after that, maybe like shooting to basically kind of do like to distract them, to maybe pull them off course. I don't know,
Chaos
like cut
bomb.
through
Yeah.
alleys and stuff, and then shoot at their ranks, and then slip away
Mm-hmm.
and have them like like hunker down in the street for a bit or something. That's the first 2 ideas that come to mind.
Okay.
All right. Well, what are we doing?
I'm good with the athletics check first, just to see if we can, just physically make the run.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, why don't you give me a group athletics check? I need 2 of you to pass it to succeed,
All right.
and I will roll for them.
I got a 7.
All right. That is pass.
7.
I
It's
got a
also
7.
pass. Okay. 3 passes.
Triple 7.
As you guys just start fucking booking it. Just start running through alleyways, dashing across streets. The entire time you're moving, you start hearing gunshots start to echo out more and more. Occasional you'll hear screaming or yells of shock as gunshots start to, at this point, escalate. It went from like a couple pops of the deputies to where you're hearing a gunshot about every 5 seconds. But this also gives you a good way to track sort of their progress. It seems like you may be gaining ground, but you're not quite sure. You're at least catching up to where they were when you started running. So let's roll for a complication as you start busting through alleyways, running through. I need everyone to give me an athletics check.
4.
5.
4, 5.
Uh, 10.
10. Okay. As you guys are busting through alleys, just running, moving as fast as you can, you two are able to jump out of the way, as from the way that the Van Zant's men are moving through town. As you guys break through an alley, a horse with a wagon attached comes running as fast as it can down the street with the wagon on fire. As you two are barely able to dodge out of the way, Mr. Whitman, however, is not as lucky. What is your toughness?
Should be 6 plus 1.
6 plus 1?
Because we have the
Yeah.
same toughness.
Okay. You take 7 damage and are shaken as you move across, but just a little slower than your fellows, as this horse with a flaming wagon attached to it, screaming and running, barrels past, and its back wheel catches you in your hip, and it flings you to the ground as you smack the ground, not badly injured, but wincing as you sit back up.
Alright.
Second phase of this. It sounds like you caught up to them a little bit as the shooting seems to have intensified. It feels like they may have met some little pocket of resistance that has slowed them down a little bit. What's the second skill you guys are going to use to navigate the streets?
Survival or shooting, guys?
I feel like shooting, since Van Zant's people are already shooting, I think it would. I don't know if it would be beneficial or just confusing for all involved.
Okay, then we can
But-
try something like notice and try and find the best route or like survival.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, let's try survival. See if we can find the best route.
I say both of you are good at survival, so
Go ahead and give me a group survival check.
I got it.
got
Go ahead, Chance.
I got a 4.
I got a 10.
Okay. Mr. Whitman.
7.
The 10 and the 7 carry it through as you guys are able to sort of plot a course as you go, picking the right alleys where you should. As the town to your north seems to get more and more heated, you find better ways to avoid people. There are now people in the street starting to move away as houses start to have doors open, as people start running away from the town center. The streets are becoming more and more chaotic as you guys are able to take sort of side streets and avoid these sort of large crowds that are starting to form and in a very mob-like fashion start to run away. Roll for a complication for you guys. That's a 1 on my roll. So you guys are able to do this without any complications, at least this time, as it seems like the chaos is starting to unfold to a degree where it's becoming easier for you guys not to be noticed. And then you guys do note that the sort of column of Van Zant's men seems to have fallen further behind. So if you guys can succeed on this one, then you've successfully sort of moved past them and effectively got ahead of them, therefore winning this race to the sheriff. So what's your last potentially skill you're going to try to use to navigate the city?
I have a dumb one. If the whole town's starting to go crazy and people just scattering,
Mm-hmm.
we could roll like fighting to punch through a crowd. Not like punch, but like just push our way through the crowd.
Just elbow through it. Yeah.
Like there's that. I don't think any of us are good at like persuasion to say like we run into some like militiamen to like help us like point us in the right direction towards the sheriff or something.
Hmm.
Yeah. Thoughts?
Are we trying to be stealthy still at this point? Like keeping ourselves hidden from Van Zant?
I don't think so.
As we get closer where the sheriff could be, do we want his daughter to yell out to him?
Like a
'Cause
notice check, maybe?
Well, that or
more of a persuasion check on her part.
because we are also, we're trying to beat Van Zant's people to him. They think, okay, she got out. That's our leverage. Start the killing. If she's yelling, her dad could hear it, could know the direction to head to. It could also possibly slow down Van Zant's people's like charge through the city because they might hear her and think, we could try to just get her. We could try to, nab it.
Mm.
Or we just sling ourselves through, like you said, the masses.
Yeah, so I guess are we gonna do fighting or persuasion? And persuasion, I guess, yeah, is mostly focused on Margaret.
I'm good with either or, so I'll leave it to.
And Brian, how would that work if we had like an NPC assist?
Effectively, that's what it would be. More or less, you guys are taking the lead on this.
Okay, it's essentially like using her
Pretty
Mhm.
much.
like as an item.
Pretty
Okay.
much. Yeah.
Okay. And would that have a lower DC by chance? Hear me out.
No, I think there's potential for that to have a lower DC.
All right. Lad, are we elbowing our way through a crowd, or are we calling for the sheriff?
Sounds like y'all want to elbow, so we'll do that.
We're elbowing.
Okay.
Start kicking people.
Give me fighting checks to just fucking juggernaut through the crowd.
You take these.
I get a 5.
12.
Well, okay, sure, shit.
Three.
3. Okay. With so strictly speaking, only one of you made it, but you did make it with a raise. For Oliver's raise, I think it's fair to say that he can raise JP's check by 1 point, essentially giving him a help action, which would let him pass. So I think at this point, you guys are trying to push through this crowd that has started to form or running away. And as you do, Mr. Whitman is starting to get pulled away. Kind of just the bulk of everything he carries with the big pack and stuff is just catching on the crowd. And by right of just like the volume of people pushing, he's starting to get carried away. And then JP just starts to follow before Oliver is just able to kind of get behind them and bulldoze them forward, just kind of using them like a plow and just pushing through the crowd moving forward. As you guys are able to, without failing any checks and making this a very short movement, break through. About halfway through breaking through, I need notice checks from everybody.
That's a 3.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
8.
Okay. Oliver, you hear it. As you guys are pushing through, you hear 2 explosions. One sounds like it's from back at the factory, and it doesn't so much sound like one explosion as much as a bunch of smaller explosions set off in almost a chain. And then a much larger explosion sort of northeast. You can't really pinpoint it with just an 8, but you know that something big just went up.
What the fuck's in the northeast part of town?
You can give me a
An academics check.
That's the one. You can give me a
Shooting check.
That's the one.
Common knowledge.
You can give me a
A
common
notice.
knowledge check. I think common knowledge would be the best thing for this, just to kind of your own surroundings.
6.
6. Okay. You've been around town quite a bit lately. The northeastern part of town doesn't have a lot. It's kind of where the industrial side of town meets the sort of residential of the more higher end places. The only thing you can think of that it could have been is that is also where the railway station is and the telegraph station.
They stopped them from sending help.
We're just getting out.
But as you hear all this and this registers in your mind, you sort of break through the crowd for a moment, and you see through the town square, just through the glint, you see maybe 80 feet away, moving with about 10 guys at his back. That same sort of salt and pepper, larger mustache on a dark, sort of complected Latin guy wearing a vest over a button-up shirt with a star on it, and carrying a rifle with a gun belt, as you recognize Sheriff Benjamin Rodriguez moving down the street.
It's a boy.
Just scream out, Benjamin, and lift up Margaret.
I got
The
you.
One Piece is real.
Love it.
I'm not gonna make you roll persuasion here, just because I think she's happy enough that it doesn't look like you're going, I'm gonna blow her fucking head off.
I have a
So
gun. I could.
you see his like whole body like almost like collapse from like this rigid thing and like this more shaky form of himself as he just sprints towards you. And she breaks cover from you and just kind of runs towards him as well. As, before you can even make it, they are fully embracing and she is crying as her father holds her. What are you guys doing?
Just catch up to them. Sheriff Van Zant's men they're slaughtering your town. We need to hole up and find a place to fight them off.
He stand up and sort of looks around. He's still just kind of like very protectively holding his daughter, looking about. They're coming from the factory then. He sort of looks and he's only got 10 guys with him. My boys are scattered. It's gonna take us a minute before we can hole up anywhere. I've got to get the rest of them together before we can do anything.
They're marching down Main Street coming for you. If we could get to the militia, maybe.
All right. We'll start headed towards that side of town. We'll call out as we go, try to gather as many as we can to us. Come on.
All right.
And he starts running west. So at this point, it's more of a movement towards what militiamen they can get as deputies start to flock to them, as whistles and horns are sounded, to just kind of pull people in. So we are going to start moving, at least this is the beginnings of us moving into mass combat.
Oh.
So the way mass combat works in Savage Worlds is so. You are going to get an amount of tokens, and these tokens represent the gathered forces you have. And every mass combat turn, which is going to take place essentially every 15 minutes, there's going to be a clash between the forces, and that will decide the outcome. During this time, You guys may participate in mass combat if there's things you want to do instead. You can not participate in mass combat and go about your business, taking your turns as normal. But every 15 minutes, a mass combat turn will happen. I'm trying to find mass combat. I know where it's at. It should be on like this page. I'll probably also direct all of you guys to it. It is on page 131 of the Normal Savage Worlds book.
131.
Now, you guys obviously don't have to read all of this. There are just a few things that are important for you guys to know. So, mass combat is beginning. As mass combat breaks out, there are advantages, battle plans, and whatnot, and then each test has essentially the results of the battle, morale modifiers that will turn. Essentially, after a battle takes place, certain people will be like, you'll lose tokens to represent your forces being diminished. If you lose tokens in a turn, whoever is leading the mass combat has to make a morale check to hold his troops together. And
Okay.
if you don't hold them together, they will start to fall back and retreat. And
Okay.
if you crit fail on that, they will completely rout. So,
This is when I walk forward.
so right now, as it happens, I'm not even gonna make you guys roll nose checks because you're familiar with the sound. About halfway through running, you gathered a good amount of sheriff's deputies with you. There are probably 30 guys with you at this point as you're running. You hear gunshots intensify, but the most frightening thing is some of the gunshots are in a very rapid fashion. A sound you all became very familiar with earlier tonight. As you start hearing the sounds of Gatling guns echo out throughout the town. So, as of right now, Van Zant's gathered forces are marching from the east side of town into the core of the town. They have 10 battle tokens, force tokens. With only the sheriff's deputies gathered right now, you guys have 3. And the way this works, if there's a clash, like right now you guys are essentially falling back, so you're not fighting yet. If there's a clash, 2 things happen. Tactical advantage, which is kind of determined by us. If one side grabs some sort of significant tactical advantage, they can get up to +4 on their battle roll.
Okay.
If there's a good battle plan put into effect, you can get up to +4. But the most important thing for you guys right now is force bonus. For every point token higher they have than you, they get +1. They outnumber you by 7 right now. So if you engage them with just the sheriff's deputies, their rolls have +7 over you. And each time this is essentially rolled, the commander of each side rolls their battle roll, and that is the number that is used to decide the mass combat. If it is a draw, both sides lose a force token. If you succeed over them, you lose 1 and the defeated lose 2. If you succeed with a raise, the defeated army loses 2. Now, another thing that comes into effect here is essentially named characters in mass battles. For the sake of this, it's only you guys.
Okay.
You guys, as heroes, can choose to take part in the mass battle, in which case you guys will essentially roll whatever skill you think is necessary. You will take a fatigue of bumps and bruises because of everything you have to do it. And you can either give the commander a +2, or if you get a raise on whatever it is, you get a battle effect, which means you get to roll on a special table where you might do something, incredibly heroic.
Ooh.
But also, if you fail your roll in a mass battle, you take a wound automatically. If you crit fail while you're fighting in a mass battle, you take 1d4 +1 wounds.
Ooh, fuck.
So that is sort of the set right now as you hear massive sounds of guns going off throughout the city as you have gathered a good portion of the deputies of the town to you as you fall back towards the western side of town. There's not been a clash yet. The mass battle has not started yet. There are no plans in place. There are no tactics. There are no advantages to be had, and you do not have all of your forces. The forces you know that are in play right now is the militia, which is at least even in size to the sheriffs. And then there's also the townsfolk themselves, if you could somehow marshal some of them to fight. There are also tactical places you guys could try to take. You could try to move. You could try to take up position somewhere. I leave the rest of this battle up to you guys for now. For now, I will just let you know that they are commanded by a named person you guys have not encountered yet. And they are also doing their own tactical advantage battle plan stuff at the moment. And they will get bonuses to reflect that. If you guys can counter it, you might negate it. If you can't counter it, tough shit.
Okay.
Ugh,
What's the
that's a
first
lot of
move?
information.
I know.
Yeah.
What is the first move in the Battle of Springfield?
I feel like we need to find some way to bolster the units.
No, you definitely do.
Yeah. No, I think.
Do we want to try to do it? Do we want to try to get people, like townspeople first, and then try to meet up with the others, or try to meet up and have the two larger forces that we know will fight together, and then try to get people?
People are more likely to join a larger force than a smaller one.
True.
So we have to wait for the militia. So I say we keep heading that way. And then Brian, just correct me, because I'm just kind of shooting at the hip here.
Yeah.
JP, you and Ollie can like again, there's a lot of information. Do
Mhm.
we if just all right, yeah. Tell me if this is just something that doesn't work and is not a thing in the rules.
Sure. Sure.
So I'm just gonna say like this round, JP and Ollie try to like find more like militiamen or deputies or whatever. And
Yeah.
so we both do that, and then Mr. Whitman can like roll battle to start making a battle plan as we
So
like go further into
essentially,
town.
you guys going out on your own are essentially removing yourself from the mass battle to try to help it. Like you guys are saying, we're leaving the fight to go get reinforcements. You would essentially be removing yourselves from the battle to go get help, which is kind of part of this whole give and take here. You guys in the battle will, of course, be extraordinarily useful because you're capable of, heavy fighting. But at the same time, if you retreat all the way back with the whole group to get the militia, you will have moved yourself to the burnout side of town and will lose every tactical advantage possible. You get what I'm saying?
Kind of, yes.
So
So
it is beneficial
essentially,
for us to split.
if you guys are riding out to go get the militia, you are leaving the mass battle pretty much solely in Mr. Whitman's hands. But
Okay, so
you
that's not like a turn thing. That's like
We just leave. Yeah, we just bow out of the mass battle.
you bow out of essentially this phase of the mass battle.
Okay, gotcha.
Because remember, a
Okay.
mass battle's turn is 15 minutes.
all right. So then only one person can do that, really, realistically.
There's a leader, and essentially think of it like Austin. You know this. It's like Warhammer. There's a general unit, but you guys are essentially hero units. You are incredibly powerful in this battle, but you can also take hero actions, but you can't fight in the battle if you're taking a hero action. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So if for this turn of mass combat you guys decide to go try to get the militia, you're out of the combat. You guys are essentially taking turns like normal, while Mr. Whitman holds the line, or retreats, or does whatever he's going to do.
Okay. Then then if that's the case, I'd say JP go out and try to do a force bonus to start racking in the militia to
Okay.
come back in like a couple like 2 or 3 rounds,
Mm-hmm.
and then Mr. Whitman can do a battle plan, and I guess I can try to do like a tactical advantage. That way we cover everything.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's try that.
That seems extremely neutral, but that's the best I got.
So JP is breaking off to go get the militia, or try to rally the militia, while you and Whitman try to come up with a plan. Well, Whitman tries to come up with a plan while you try to find an advantageous way to fight.
Now, question: would the sheriff be willing to give me his horse? I know it's still going to be I'm out for the round,
No, yeah, sure.
but
Like,
because
no,
in my
100%.
mind, on foot, I don't think I'd make it there
In
and
this
back.
scenario, you guys have become leaders of essentially an army.
Mhm.
It's an army of like 100 people, but still an army. You can get that resource if you need it.
Okay, cool.
There's always going to be a grunt willing to say, "Take my horse."
I was just trying to think of the logistics. I'm like, if I run, I might be out more than one round trying to get there on foot.
No, that's a good idea.
Yeehaw.
So that while JP lights out, we'll get to him in a minute. Back to you two. You have at this point you're still gathering deputies. You've probably got you might be up to about 40 now. What's the plan with your deputies? At this point, you see like the 40 you have here, and as far as you've gotten into town with what's going on, this might be the most you can get of the deputies.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I guess tactical advantage. We just for the first clash, we need like a place to hunker down.
I mean, you guys tell me, like, what would be the play here?
I'm walking myself through it.
Yeah, you
Give me
got
a
it.
second.
Are they already engaged?
No,
We're
you
about
were
to
essentially
engage.
you're on the back foot right now. Like you guys are retreating west through town, but you are essentially on the opposite side of the town square at this point, which means you're running out of town.
We're on the opposite side of the town square.
Yeah.
All right, then we make a defense on the square.
Okay.
I think we're trying to get to the militia so we can basically double our numbers.
I will again point out that currently they have 10 force tokens while you guys have 3. So they outnumber you significantly in both power and men. So if if you want to make a battle plan and attack advantage to try to hold here, that's fine, but you have to make it a good one, or else you might get absolutely hammered on this first round.
Or how far
So we
is
have
the militia?
The militia is about the Hawk's Nest itself is probably about 10 minutes away, but the militia themselves are probably scattered.
right.
So it's a matter of drawing them together. If you want to try to get an idea of what your adversary is doing here, a notice check is available if you guys want to try to do that to get an idea of what they're doing.
Is that free or is that would take
I'll
us
give it
out
to
of the?
it's free. That's free.
Then yes, I will take that. I got a 3.
Okay. So all you know is the large force of Pinkertons are pressing west from the center. Or not Pinkertons, of Van Zant's men are pushing from the eastern side of town. They're coming down the middle. You don't know when they're going to get there, but they're definitely closing.
For tactical advantage, I'm thinking like we try to like hunker down at like a bar or a saloon
Mm-hmm.
for defense and maybe like a second story building to maybe
Sure.
shoot like get a further like a better angle and then
Sure.
maybe try to like make some Molotovs.
Yeah. Digging in helps. Making explosives helps. As far as tactical advantage, sure. I like it.
Like I don't know.
Uh,
We move like halfway there and then we hunker down, you know.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
And then that
And
way,
then as far, yeah.
Spread people out in pairs to make it look like our forces are larger.
Okay. Sneaky. So your battle plan is essentially to disperse your fire so that, shots in the dark make it seem like there's more of you. In hold up positions across the town square, giving, open space between the two of you.
Along with a plan to displace and withdraw as needed.
Okay, so a tactical retreat being made available. I think that's fair given that you guys are holding up on buildings that have alleyways behind them and they are going to have to cross an open section.
but I
Sure.
think that's kind of like that has to be like the beginning of our next turn. Is essentially we back the fuck up.
Sure. So I will say for tactical advantage, essentially fortifying and then making makeshift weapons, I'll say get a +2 for that because it's pretty good. And then the battle plan for trying to sort of deceive into having bigger numbers, and then strategic retreat out the back if needed. I'll say another +2 on that. So from tack and battle plan, you guys have +4, which means you'll be rolling your battle at +4 versus their +7 and any tactical advantage or battle plans they have. And I will say they do have them. There's also, of course, the option to continue to retreat, but your advantageous position will continue to winnow away if you keep falling back. But you can avoid clashing for another bit if you want to.
The square would be a good opportunity of an ODA.
Okay. In that case, that's what you guys are doing. I assume, Oliver, you will be sort of taking the hero role during all of this and
Yes.
fighting during the combat.
Yes.
Okay. So, characters in mass battles, that's you two. Another thing you guys need to take into account, and this is just for your own numbers, for people who use ammo and have power points for each round, you will fire your weapon at its standard rate 2d6 times.
Okay.
And if you use power points, you will use 3d6 worth of your power points each round
Oh,
for churning and burning.
I'm fine with
So,
using ammo.
as you all run to the side, there's screaming and there's pointing out and making communication about what's going to happen. Everyone takes their positions across the way. Windows are broken out. Furniture is pushed in front of them. Cover is made. You see a couple civilians you managed to wrangle are making Molotovs and pushing them over to deputies from the saloon you're across the way. As you hear the guns rattling off in the distance, closer and closer. Smoke starting to billow out as you see from across the way the first sign of your quarry as a young woman and a young man, seemingly a married couple, run out from an alley before bullets smash into their backs and they both hit the ground. As you see emerging from the other side, men in dark coats and slight armored pieces with weapons. As the first shots start to ring out, Chance, you are a character, so you roll first. Tell me what skill you're rolling. If you succeed in this, you give a +1 to Daniel's roll. If you succeed with a raise, you get to roll on the super table. But you will take a fatigue roll of bumps and bruises for your effort, which is essentially a -1 to everything, just like a normal wound.
Okay.
You can take up to 4 before you collapse from, exhaustion, essentially.
Gotcha. I guess just shooting.
Okay? Just blasting away.
Just blasting. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine?
Oh yeah, I just fucking spiked my metal B6. If Megan was asleep, I know she just woke up. All right. Good. 10.
10. All right, that is a success with a raise. I need you to roll me 2d6. They do not explode.
Okay, sure.
This is the battle effects table for one who got a raise.
Battle effect. uh, that is another 10.
Slaughter.
Shit.
The foe reels at the champion's onslaught. Subtract 2 from the enemy commander's battle total. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. So, at that point, it's time for their tactical advantages to kind of be revealed to you guys. As you guys are watching all this, you've taken up positions. You're pretty confident as, the first few shots ring out that everything's going to be pretty set until you hear clanking and you see that familiar steam rise up. And you see 3, 6, 12 of these iron sort of walking monstrosities move to the forefront of the battle. They all have these Gatling guns that you're familiar with that give you pause, but you've got cover until you see one of them that does not have a Gatling gun. As it levels what appears to be sort of a low-grade culverin at the entrenched position you are, and a fire, and right before the shell hits and annihilates a top portion of the saloon you guys are in, you realize how much cover means may not be a lot. They are going to counter your cover +2 with a demolitions +2, as they have a cannon-armed automaton
Right on.
to subtract your tactical advantage. But your battle plan itself is still stands. So you have a +2 to this roll, and they have a +7. I will give you your
-2.
DC. Yeah, that is correct. -2 to a 5. We will get to the narration of how this goes. I'm going to leave it mostly in y'all's hands after we get there, but for now,
Good
I'm going to go ahead and roll. It's always an option. They rolled a 13. That is your number to beat, Mr. Whitman.
Shouldn't be too bad.
And you get a +2 to this.
+4.
+2. Their tactical advantage countered your tactical advantage.
Yeah, it was still +4.
I'm sorry. +4 -2.
I'm gonna have to use a chip.
Yeah, I figure all our chips are gonna go here, and then we're gonna be riddled if we have like a final combat. But that's fine.
That's what
Make
these
it work.
tests are for.
That's what these tests
13
are
is
for.
pretty high.
It is pretty high.
And that's pretty high.
But remember, you're also rolling with your wild die. This is not just a D4. Like you're still a wild card.
Yeah, that doesn't help anything. Need to change up. Change up didn't work. Let's go with this. I can't see the die.
One of the classic blunders.
Black on black is kind of hard.
Yeah. At the very least, what you want to avoid is rolling less than a 8.
I got a 5.
Mm.
Austin, how many chips you got over there?
I have 2 left. If you need one, just ask.
You guys let me
Yeah.
know if you let it stand. I'm
Take one of mine.
mean,
I also have
this
a
is only
Benny
the first
if anyone
round.
needs one.
Oh yeah, no, Nick does in fact have one.
Nick is off.
This is just the first round. We still got a lot more.
That we do.
Oh wait, no, that was a 7.
Okay.
There's a +2.
Well,
Still not an 8 though.
it's still on an 8. The 8 is what keeps you guys from being. So if they beat you by less than 4, it's a marginal victory and they still take losses. But if they beat you by more, that is a straight up victory in this phase for them, and they don't lose anything, but you guys lose 2. And right now you only have 3.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna be able to do it then. We're just gonna have to. We don't have any
It's
bennies.
I have
big
2
another chip.
bennies. And we can use Nick's Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and use Nick's so we know what's everything on the table.
That was 14.
Hey, 14. So,
No, 16
16.
+2.
What did I say I rolled? 13?
13?
13. Oh,
13.
that sucks that it's one shy of being a total victory. But with a 14, you guys achieve a marginal victory here. You guys lose one of your force tokens, but they lose 2. So that changes the total number. You guys down to 2, they're down to 8. Narrate how this fight goes for me. Chance, you are able to at one point slaughter the enemy at some point during this, while Mr. Whitman is able to command his troops to what should have been a pretty decisive smashing. He's able to turn it into a pretty stout holdout. Tell me how this goes.
At least for my end, I think I'm posted on a rooftop. And I just wait till I have a shot to shoot through the visor of one of the automatons.
Oh, and
And
it blows up.
as it's like the bullets clinking around, it like turns and the Gatling gun like mows through some of their troops and then explodes.
Yep. Okay. I like it. I like it. As the shots start ringing out, Oliver, perched on a rooftop, is aiming at some of the heavier armed units, knocking them out as he can. Mr. Whitman, what about the battle proper?
Starts out pretty ferocious. They hit us pretty hard. 2 men die. It's looking pretty rough. Then start maneuvering on them. Doing some tactical withdrawals and setting up, outstretching in different buildings, putting them at a stop of their advance. And then from there, we just do classic BD, BD2, move around, and start hitting them from the flank. Then we do a battlefield handover, and from there it's just a kill box.
Sure. All right. As the battle begins proper, bullets start to rain from one side to the other. The demolition automaton destroys several of the balconies that you guys are positioned in. Sheriff's deputies go flying, and men die as they return fire. At one point, as the enemy tries to press advantage on the right flank, Molotovs that have been crafted in the saloon start flying out, covering men in liquid fire as they scream and writhe in the street before falling back. As Oliver, perched atop the top of the roof, is blasting away priority targets as he sees, cycling through his single shot rifle so fast that one might be confused that it actually is single shot. As Mr. Whitman moves to and fro, signaling and calling out orders as people spread out and contort in ways that give them advantage firing lanes and move away from their targets so that they can use their cover to their advantage. as the first 15 minutes of the battle concludes, JP,
What's up?
what we doing?
I'm just riding straight for the malicious front door.
Okay. If you're just taking a dead sprint right to their base of operations, give me a riding check.
Alright. Where's my D6? Yes. Seven.
Also, this is something that we should really like have said earlier, but best to go over it now. What'd you guys do with the girls?
I figured they were with the dudes.
The dudes are in a pretty hot spot right now.
Well, JP got told to get the militia. He got on the horse and he.
This is fair. This is fair.
I'm not worried about
Alright.
Jessica. She can hold her own.
Yeah, we might have Jessica with us, but at
we
least the
would-
other
we
two,
would-
they might have had like a fucking safe house or somewhere they were told to
Yeah.
go hide.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
they wouldn't get away from us.
I think they're probably actually riding behind JP. They're not
Mhm.
keeping pace, but
That's what I
they're
thought.
headed towards the Hawk's Nest most likely. So, what'd you get on that riding check, JP?
I got a 7.
7. Okay, perfectly fine. You are galloping, spurring that horse forward as hard as you can. You see militiamen are starting to move into town, and as you go, you sort of marshal them to you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to make it to the Hawk's. Well, you don't even get to the Hawk's Nest. About at the edge of town, you do see Penelope and a good number, but not all of the militia, are starting to move towards the center of town.
Okay. I'm gonna ride up to Penelope and just, in the most frantic way possible, try to give her the full breakdown of what happened.
You know, when she sent you guys on this goose chase, I don't think she anticipated that it would lead to a full onslaught on the city. So, you know, she might feel a little guilty here. She's not going to show it. She's a woman who has business to conduct.
Mm.
She looks up at you. All right. I don't have a horse, but we're moving forward as fast as we can. You take what you have, ride north and south, up and down, gather as many as you can, and push them this way.
Okay.
As she is going to lead the rest of the troops she has towards the battle, she wants you essentially to sweep up and down and get as many as you can and pull them to her.
Okay, that's what JP will do then.
Okay. So on this one, you can either give me a persuasion check, a battle check, and those are pretty much it.
Okay, persuasion it is. 10.
10. Okay, that's good and with a raise. As you ride through town just yelling out what's happening, trying to gather the militia. Oh,
Well,
the fuck was that?
who-
Everybody good?
Bubba joined.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Bubba.
So you are able to gather as many men and women of the militia as you can, pushing them towards the front. And, you know, that was with the raise. So with the raise, you're also able to gather some citizenry who seem to be taking up arms as well, as you're able to push. You're able to net probably another 40 people to join the militia that's currently closing on the battle. With them joining the fray, which they will by the time the second, as JP and Penelope White start coming back in, add 3 to your forces for the militia and 1 for the gathered citizenry that Awesome was able to get with the raise. So that should increase your total forces now to 6 versus their 8. So this became a much closer fight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As the first turn was always going to be the worst one. That being said, I forgot this phase that we both need to do. I need a spirit check from Mr. Whitman. But you are in fortifications because you backed up. So because you are in fortifications, you get a morale modifier, and you have a -1 because you lost a force token. So I need you to make this spirit roll at +1. And they are going to make their spirit roll at -2. as their commander is able to keep them in line as their morale does not fail.
14.
Incredible fucking
That's fucking
roll.
awesome.
There you go, boy.
With a fucking raise, I'm gonna say on your next morale check, go ahead and add another +1 for this, as Mr. Whitman, heedless of the danger, is in front, not from the back, commanding from the fore, going to and fro. He may have found a horse at this point. Who the fuck knows? As he commands the troops and is able to keep them from breaking.
I can go get one.
I mean, if you want a horse, you got a horse. As yeah, you also have that. That's a hell of a trump card you keep in your asshole if you need it.
I remembered.
That to the point, while all this wanton slaughter is going on, you just hear like cackling laughter mixed with horse whinnies in your head as this is occurring. You have a passenger who is enjoying this immensely.
Too bad she can't be a part of it.
We'll see how this goes. She's happy to just be a voyeur here today, but as you are marching the troops, you don't see them fleeing. The first person you see moving up is Captain White. She seems to have a solid 30 or so militiamen at her back, running down the street to join you. And not long after that, you see JP astride his horse, leading probably 40 more behind him.
Yeehaw.
As the forces are starting to marshal. So the second phase of the mass combat begins. I need battle plans and tactics.
Alrighty. Let me get that fucking page pulled back up.
Alright. So, we started our battlefield handover. Now the front line, what you would think of as like the south of the square, I guess, will now stop firing, and the flanking side, either the east or west, wherever they went, they would now start assaulting through the objective.
Okay. So the battle plan is to shift to a flanking maneuver. Okay. Solid.
I mean, that way we could kind of like ride in with
Mm-hmm.
with the literal cavalry and kind of hit them from the side.
Yep. Sure.
I mean, that sounds really good.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
I think the momentum here carries. I say +3 to the battle plan on this one.
Tactical advantage.
If you guys are pushing, I think you may be running out of use of fortifications as a tactical advantage.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as for like fortifications, maybe just like, I don't think this will give us like a very high number by any means, but kind of in the same vein as what we did before, like ease of access, but like some of the buildings that line the main street.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just use those like cover, and so they can just back up to like the next line of buildings.
Sure.
That's not much, but
So I'm also going to give you this. So I'm kind of doing a push and pull on this. Last time you did your tactical advantage and they revealed theirs. This time they're going to reveal theirs first, if that'll help.
that would help.
As you guys are watching, just guns rattling off, bullets flying everywhere, explosions litter the streets as bodies start to hit the ground. You see through the crowd several of the men wearing aprons covered in gadgets start to move towards the front. As you see two of them with like these tube devices fire them into the center of the kind of where you guys are in the buildings, and they explode in smoke, obscuring your view as they lay down a smoke screen between the two of you.
Okay. Then I mean, I think that makes even more sense to try and flank them from the side now and kind of
Mhm.
abandon the square.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
use that to our
their
advantage
smoke
and move with
screen,
them.
their smoke screen didn't matter.
Yeah,
They just blinded the people who stopped firing, because the fire inlet fire would happen as the battlefield handover ends, and
Mhm.
the second line would actually be maneuvering in and assaulting through.
Sure.
So the smoke screen wouldn't even matter.
Okay.
Through the
unless they're setting up
confusion, they
something
would have
else.
been
I've only showed you the tactical advantage. You don't get to see their battle plan.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, if our battle plans to flank and meet up with our cavalry and hit them in the side. Uh, then I mean, yeah, I can't think of anything, and I'm not gonna make us sit here for another 5 minutes. I think the only kind of like fortification we could do is just kind of like the first set of buildings,
Mhm.
or like maybe just
Okay.
like alleyways. That's probably better.
Yeah.
It's more
I mean,
open that way.
yeah. No, you're essentially running. You're using cover to try to flank. Sure.
Yeah, yeah, and
So,
just attack from that cover.
I'll give you guys a +1 for attack advantage and a +3 for the battle plan.
Seems fair to me.
And then I assume Austin or JP is now joining the fray as a character in the mass battle.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. I need both of you first and foremost to give me a whatever skill check you think is appropriate to support this. You need to beat a DC 4 as is the 4 and ever or is it the DC and everything. If you get a raise, you can roll in the battle effects. Um, remember, at least chance you're now at -1 from bumps and bruises. And
That's
Austin, you will
2.
be at you'll be -2 now. But don't use the 2 on this roll. Use it after.
Gotcha.
And Austin, you'll be at -1 after this roll from
And,
bumps and bruises.
and which skill is it?
Whichever one you want that you feel
Oh,
supports the
gotcha.
battle.
Okay.
And you will also remember both of you to keep rolling this every time there's a phase of the battle. Roll 2d6, and that's how many bullets you spend, and
Yeah, I've already done
3d6, and
that.
that's how many power points you spend. So I imagine this will actually tap out JP of
I can't.
magic.
I only have one PowerPoint.
That's fine. If you want to just not use magic, that's okay. Since you're not fully defined by your magic anyway. Like you're not a wizard. You still have utility even without magic.
Yeah. So I was gonna ask for my skill. Might sound dumb. Could I use my faith skill as my role and do more of like a prayer type help?
If you want to, like this is like your skill. Like you tell me how you're fighting. If as long as it makes sense, sure.
Okay. That was my thought was stay towards I guess the back at the beginning and do more of like the clergyman style praying for
Like rally the troops, inspire the men,
yes that
kind of
type of
thing.
well both that and like just like a literal prayer to make it through appeasing to the higher power not appeasing
Okay.
appealing not appeasing appealing
He's rolling.
You think you're the only one with heroes in this fight? You're not. So give me those rolls, boys.
All right.
and I'm -1 for this round right or I will be at -1 after this
You'll
round
be -1 after this round is
okay
over.
10 for JP.
All right, with a raise. What do you got, Oliver?
Uh, Working on it. 12.
Okay, so both of you make it with
Oh,
raises. So the battle thing got me very excited about the battle effects things. You do not have to roll in the battle effects table. You can choose to just give Daniel a flat +2.
Okay.
That's pretty goddamn good.
But also the
But
battle
this
effects is cool.
battle effects are cool, and this is cinematic, so you know your boy is rolling. Trying
Alright.
to go for that crit.
No, get that cinematic. Get that cinematic.
Alright, if you want to be cinematic, give me a 2d6 roll. They don't explode, just 2d6. Or
Yeah.
if you want to, just give Daniel +2.
Be reliable and helpful.
That is also an option.
No.
No.
Are we gonna do the
Six
2d6?
over everything.
Well, no, no. Austin, you can just give him a flat 2. That is probably more helpful than what I'm doing.
There's some cool shit on the battle effects
There's
table.
cool shit, but it's
Mass
risky.
prayer. I got this.
So
We
Daniel,
love-
do you want me to give you a +2? Do you want me to go with the
No,
2d6?
he's saying it. He says roll it.
I'll roll the 2d6.
Roll it.
We have a 6+4 base.
And also, I
We'll
will
be
point
alright.
out there are no bad effects on this table. So if you roll low, don't feel like you fucked up and don't like waste a chip on it.
Well,
If you roll low, you still did something good.
I was kind of hoping to get the snake eyes for the inspire.
Yes.
I didn't though.
Well, that's good. I got another 11, so another slaughter.
Another slaughter.
I got valor.
Okay, so you give Daniel the +2
Either
anyway.
way, yeah. Guess it's better than
So-
terrorize. I start
so-
prey.
Those two happen. There is also valor on the enemy team, though.
Hmm.
As you see a man wearing an iron mask and that same sort of like tinkerer's attire take the field as well. So he will be giving a +2 to his commander. So you two essentially cancel out. And let's see, JP will give a +2 to Whitman. So time to do rolls. This time you set the DC that I will try to meet, since we're doing the back and forth.
God, but at least we got a big group of boys now.
Mm-hmm. The battle is a lot less one-sided than it was a second ago.
Alright, so what do I roll now? Since I got a +6?
So you have
I got 6 tokens.
you have 6 tokens, which means you roll your battle, and you don't get any advantages from having that. You get +4 from tactical and from your battle plan.
That's
So
just our tokens. We just got reinforced with tokens. while
yeah,
they
so
stayed
you
at-
are
Yeah, that's what
rolling.
that is.
You're rolling at +6, the +2 from Austin's valor, and then the 3 from your battle plan and the 1 from your tack advantage. So you're rolling at +6 to whatever you roll.
Alright, 11.
Pretty damn strong.
Brian,
Pretty
please
damn
remember your
strong.
-2.
It's canceled out by the enemy team's valor, but I will plus
No.
one.
My slaughter.
Oh, I know. Like
Oh, okay.
an enemy team's hero got valor
Oh,
+2,
right.
and your
I see what
slaughter
you mean.
-2. Yeah,
I thought, yeah. I'm dumb.
which that's cool. That's a very shitty roll on their part, so I'm gonna burn a chip. You said an 11?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna waste too many chips this early in, so I will take the 8 I got, and I will just take a marginal victory on your side rather than that. So I will drop down to 6, and you guys will drop down to 5 from a marginal victory as you guys push forward, attacking at the flanks. You two, the heroes of the battle, before we get to the leader and the battle proper, what do you guys do to both provoke valor and slaughter? Because Oliver is apparently just wading through gore at this fucking point.
And I guess my support's just gonna be verbal, just call outs, calling out encouragement, that type of thing.
Okay, sure. JP stands, sort of gets atop one of the places where he shouldn't be because he's gonna get shot, but he magically, by the power of faith, does not get shot as he cries out prayers from the Lord for protection, encouraging those around them. And while the effects may not be tangible, you feel it in your heart that this is reaching people and they're fighting just a little bit harder because of it.
Don't worry, we have the power of God and anime on our side.
You just did the God part. I expect Chance is about to deliver the anime part.
I mean, I figure I just keep doing what I'm doing, but if it's allowed, take out the mortar boy.
That's fair. No, I mean, this is mass combat. Everything in this fight is abstract. So, sure. The one automaton with the culverin is just blasting chunks out of buildings and destroying packed formations of deputies. You think the majority of the casualties that have been taken in this fight, since you were fighting for a fortification, have come from this thing. The blood of probably 24 men is on its metal hands as it blasts away. And as it turns and looks up at the roof you're on and aims its culverin at you, a Springfield shot gets spiked straight down the barrel before all of the ammunition stored within it explodes. And then, on their side, you see a man in an iron mask. As this explosion happens, he pulls out what seems like a backpack, almost, and throws it down next to the exploding automaton before the full force of its like arsenal can detonate and explode. And a metal almost like fan flits out in front of it and blocks the majority of the shrapnel from hitting the men behind it, as he uses his valor to cancel out your slaughter. And now, Daniel, as you
Right.
press on to another victory, a marginal victory, how's the fight going?
Uh, so we're soldiering through, taking some losses. Um, we've hit kind of a stalemate from their, I guess, their reinforcing, and now we're taking up a, like, if you imagine like a square of the battlefield, it's kind of turned more into like a triangle, as we're gonna have to push in from two sides on the next round.
Okay. As you guys move to envelop them, shots ring out as your numbers start to become more evenly matched. Their armored troops and tricks would have given them the advantage normally, if not for the actions of folks inside each of these columns displaying incredible feats of heroism to push back the forces of evil here. As it's time for morale checks from each of you. Daniel, you'll be making this one at a -2, but a +1 from your previous morale check that was so damn good. So -1 on this spirit check. And they will be making theirs at a pretty rough -4? Yeah, a -4 on their end.
All right,
You can do it.
they're 5.
Oh, we might need to re-roll that.
I got a Benny
It's
if you
just
need
it's
to.
a base thing, so if you make over
Oh,
4,
okay.
yeah. I'm gonna have to use a Benny on mine. I
So
get
you
it on
got
the
one
second
left?
one. I have one left.
Okay.
So they are able to hold their forces together as they are being pressed on two sides now as the battle continues on. 15 minutes of gunfire ringing out. It is now back to the start of the third phase of
What's the tokens?
currently 5 to
5 to
6,
6.
with you guys being 5 and them being 6.
Okay.
So, give me your tactics, give me your battle plan.
Ugh.
They only have a +1 from force now. As they have lost a good portion of the momentum in this fight, though casualties are racking up heavily on both sides.
Oh, we can take the buildings back without the mortar in play.
That's
So
true.
if we got people
Yeah.
on like rooftops, fish
Yeah,
in a
so
barrel kind of thing.
we'll move to secure good avenues of approach and securing rooftops and basically maneuvering to envelop the last remaining, not necessarily kill everyone. This is more of a maneuver phase, I would
Uh,
say.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Um,
So,
I'd be commanding teams to retake rooftops, move in certain positions of buildings.
okay, sure. I'd say tactical advantage bumps back up to a +2 with this one, because you're
Uh,
getting the.
I'll also point out the sketchy dude who is obviously their commanding commander, or actually maybe not obvious, but definitely the hero of the battle for their side.
Mhm,
Their Achilles, and
sure,
be uh putting a pension out to shoot an arrow into that ankle.
gotcha, sure. Okay, so I think battle plan is still. I think it's probably, since the momentum seems to have been pushed into a little less. It's probably only +2 on battle plan, but the tack advantage has probably gone up to a +2 as well. So +4 again.
Cool.
However,
Yep.
their battle plan and their tactics are
Yep.
actually going to counter a good portion of this.
Shit.
As they start an ordered retreat, they start to fall back as this happens. You guys retake the square and start taking building tops as they are putting building tops between the angles you have. So you still have +1 to your attack advantage because they can't shoot as well at you either. But the battle plan, you guys are going to lose a lot significantly, actually.
Hmm.
As they fall back and you guys push forward, sort of enveloping the square, following them around, you are being led into an ambush.
Yeah.
As they move backwards through the square, you see some of these mad scientist folks start slinging things around their head before releasing what appears to be slings. And Mr. Whitman, you bear witness as these things clank to the ground in the middle of the fight. You see a familiar sight as they start to spin on the ground and whistle.
Damn it! I was gonna
Oh,
do that next. That was my whole fucking plan.
As all of the corpses that you have now got to your back and in the middle of you start to shake, and their skin starts to flake off as flayed men start to rise from the ground and attack you from other sides. You will have a -2 from their battle plan.
Man, I've been waiting to use that. Oh.
They use several.
Yeah.
As roughly about probably 30 flayed men start to stand up throughout the battlefield in the midst of your ranks. So you still have +1 from your attack advantage, but a total of -2 from your battle plan. So a -1 total for this. But that's before hero actions go out. So you guys tell me what you're doing personally, or make your rolls personally with whatever skills you see fit.
I gotta use my last one.
If you need one, let me know.
No, not like chip. Just my last action
Oh.
before I can't do anything in the fight anymore.
Gotcha.
Yep,
Gotcha.
he's running low. He's going to be at his -3 from bumps and bruises, which
Yeah.
is, if he goes one more, he's out.
And I'm at -1, right?
You're at
Yeah.
-1. You'll be at
Okay.
-2 after this phase is over.
Gotcha.
If
So
I
there
just give,
are.
if I just give the neutral +2, does that still give me a bumps and bruise?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just want to double check.
The effort to support an entire army by just yourself is a
Yeah.
Herculean effort.
Yeah, I'll just use fighting this time.
Okay, sure. Oh, he's getting in there.
Oh yeah. Okay. With my minuses, 8.
Hey, that's a raise. That's enough to get on that battle effects table.
Hey baby. Let's get one more dirty one before we go.
Get you a dirty.
My minus
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Lost a man. Bubba's dead.
Ragnar. Yep.
Dead.
I got an 8 with my -1.
Okay, another raise. We can get 2 rolls on the battle effects table. Let's see what the heroes do heroically.
Hello?
Let's do
Send
it.
it all. Don't forget to subtract your bullets as well. I wouldn't be as much a stickler if it hasn't been 66 bullets, which is actually a whole lot of fucking bullets.
All right.
'Cause how many bullets is it per turn?
2d6.
Yes.
So after you guys have done that, go ahead and give me your battle effects rolls. 2d6, they don't explode.
You're gonna hate me. I got a 10.
He keeps slaughtering.
I got
The man can't stop.
I got an 11. But I
And
don't.
now JP starts slaughtering.
But I don't know how, because I'm doing the faith thing, so I don't know how that's gonna correlate to, unless God decides to smite people.
How does one slaughter with faith? A question Christians have been able to answer for a very long time.
Has never been a hard
It's never
question.
been a hard question, actually. Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment. You guys think on how you slaughter. So I'm rolling. I need to roll for my hero first, see if he can get enough to help here. He'll give me a +1. He does not get a raise. So I have a +2 from advantages. But in reality, it's a -2 because of all the fucking slaughter that the two fuckboys over here have unleashed upon us. So I will be rolling at a -2, and I set the DC this time. My turn. Do I use my last chip on this, or do I just let this start to
I
slide
heard that.
back?
How bad would it be?
It'd be pretty bad.
Oh no.
No, I have to save some chips, or at least a chip. Alright. They got a 5. I'm sorry, -2. They got a 3.
Fuck.
They,
We might use a chip to fucking push this.
I mean, if you roll a 7, you do push this.
Yeah.
All you have to roll is a 7 to start to really push Pickle. Well, I'm sorry, you guys are actually rolling at a -2 because of they made a very sound tactical play, but then it all started to fall apart. So you need to roll a 9 to truly push Pickle.
Mr. Whitman.
What's my bonus?
-2.
-2?
Yeah.
-2 because of all of the shit that's been going on.
Yep. They launched a host of the undead in your ass, which normally would be catastrophic. But then your two friends apparently killed 67 people by themselves, so that really kind of punched that advantage down pretty fucking hard.
With a host of undead was my concern. Because I thought back. You see,
That's gonna be my
Mhm.
descriptor. That's what I'm handling. That is
Oh,
my slaughter.
Oh, see, I was gonna do it because I'm like, that's the only thing that makes sense with Faith. I put them back.
You go back to hell.
Yeah. Do the Luffy push him back into the ground?
No.
Sleep, my child.
Give me that roll, son.
Yep. Battle roll -2, right?
Yep. You have to beat a 3.
We're looking for an 8.
Thought back to all the battles of past. You know, sometimes enemies they got through our lines, but it didn't matter. The objective was in front. The boys in the back, they could clean it up
Mm-hmm.
well enough. So we pushed on
Mm-hmm.
to the X and achieved victory with the 12.
Oh,
Nice. Okay. So that is a victory. You guys lose nothing, they lose 2. Shifts their numbers to 4 while you guys are at 5. The advantage has officially shifted to you all. So paint me a word picture, everybody. How does the battle start to turn as in the most dire moment when the dead start to rise, it actually heralds the turning of the tide?
so I have 2 ideas for me, and
Okay.
my second one is a hear me out.
I love Hear Me Out.
It is a wild one.
Okay.
But how do we turn this, what should have fucking destroyed us,
Mm-hmm.
into our best turn? So my first idea was to like hop off the roof I'm on, and then just sword out and just start shooting. Maybe do like, like you shoot like a chain and like some like big ass sign falls down, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'll hop down to start, you know, just any Lord of the Rings scene.
Yeah. Sure.
Or another option, if JP wants to, like handle the zombies, is after I hop down, I will take my sword and smack the top back down the street, and it keeps spinning. And so they have to run through their own zombies.
Interesting.
But this is interesting. Hear me out, Mr. DM.
I mean, mechanically, the same thing happens.
Well, I say, like,
So,
organically, like nothing changes, but like
I mean, if you find it sexy, I find it sexy.
I find it sexy. Then I'm just gonna sit back here handling zombies and leave
Mhm.
the army to do army things because I'm basically out.
I think that's basically the hero action here. Is the army pushes forward, and this entire host of undead is handled by 2 people. That seems pretty cool to me.
That's fucking crazy.
Uh-huh. What about you, JP? How are you assisting Oliver as the 2 of you fight the entire undead host while the army progresses?
Man, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't have the power. I didn't have the power. I don't even know how to do it. I used.
Just descriptors.
We're
I
in
know.
descriptor now, baby. Just say it. If you want it to happen, just say it. We'll find a way.
Like the preacher boy you talk to could show up and help us out with his PowerPoints if you wanted.
Oh, that'd be a pretty good idea to do it.
He doesn't have PowerPoints. Don't cash checks like that. He's just a guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no.
He's
Bless.
just a guy.
Wait.
Comes up with holy water, maybe.
Could
He's just a dude. He's a dude
sorry.
with one leg. He's a one-legged man.
could we? This is probably too far fetched because I think she was technically a wild card.
Just
But I was
saying.
gonna say, if we used a Benny, could we have the other blessed chick from the town over, who was moving in a similar direction?
Okay, so here's the thing. She explicitly was not moving this way.
Just going the opposite.
Oh yeah, she was going the
Going
opposite
exact
direction.
opposite way.
Never
I
mind
think
that.
we just back to back this and guns
Yep.
and blades, and we handle it.
I think that's what we do then.
I get crazy with it if you want. If you want to extend your hand and light comes from the sky and burns the unclean, I don't give a shit.
I smacked the top and sent it Beyblading back.
I would, instead of it being stuff from book, I would like a crater to open up and
Okay.
send them back down to hell.
Okay.
Holy
We'll get to the
fire.
army in a moment, because the army is not worried about this. As their commander said, we trust the boys in the back to handle it. Oliver dives off the top of a roof, sliding down shingles before catching onto a metal street pole and essentially firemanning down it. As he hits the ground, he runs across the street, juking and pushing his way through the undead, with his sword pirouetting and smacking the tops back into the ranks of the people who threw them, as some of their own start to rise near them and start to cause chaos in their midst as they try to make a very controlled retreat starts to fall apart, as Oliver then begins to just rip through the undead, slicing, leaving a trail of viscera and gore in perfect sword strokes behind him. All the while, JP up top looking at all of this. Give me a little prayer, JP. Give me a little prayer.
Oh, swap. Improv. Hmm.
That we're playing, yes.
Yes. Okay. Heavenly Father, Hey. Shh, I'm praying. Give me a sec. Oh, Heavenly Father, in our time of need, we see these hellions from the depths come to diminish our abilities to save these people. Do as you always do, Father, and lead these people to righteousness.
Yes. Yes. JP makes this plea on his knees, hands clasped before him, and as he says the last words, he pounds his fist below him. And as he does, a fissure starts to snake forward, opening just wide enough, not to the center of the earth, that'd be crazy, just wide enough to where there's a 20-foot chasm leading down, as these undead in their fleshy forms, not much to hold them together, but muscle and sinew, start to fall and topple, leaving gross and slimy trails of blood as they splinter as they hit the ground below. And Oliver just looks up at this, baffled and exhausted, as he stands amidst the viscera. JP, panting himself, you hear a snarl behind you as one of the flayed men managed to snake up the stairs just before a shotgun blast blows his head off. You see your sister in the window behind you. Gives a thumbs up,
I give
and
a
we get
nod.
back to the battle at hand. How is this going, Captain?
Oh, as I said before, the army pushes forth. Don't worry about the the zombies rising up and all that. I know that's taken care of
Mm-hmm.
in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
My back is secured, so I continue on, uh, pushing forth the men through alleyways into securing more buildings, getting better angles as the cowards retreat or try to.
I like it. I like it. As you ride through alleys, linking up with band after band of this knotted rope you are drawing around the necks of Van Zant's men. You ride here and there, occasionally drawing your pistol yourself to take shots and drop your enemies. You think to yourself, having faith in higher powers, the mug's game. That's for other people. Having faith in your friends, though, in your boys, you can do that. Your back's fine. Your business is with the front. As you push your men forward, slowly but surely strangling the enemy army that you are facing. As we get to the next round after morale checks, they have taken bad hits. They are at -6 for morale.
Ooh.
What are we?
You are still at -1
That's-
now. No, you're at -2 because your raise is you're at -2 on your spirit check. You need to make a 4.
17 minus 1, 16.
Holy fuck.
What the
With it-
fuck?
So, morale is high as you gird your men forward, and they barely hang on with an 11 on the die, the exact number they had to fucking roll. Do not fall apart just yet. As we go to the next phase of battle. And again, tit for tat, I will do my, No, I did mine first last time. You guys get to do yours first this time. What are your
No, we
battle
did
plans?
ours first time because
Did
we
we?
went to the rooftop and then you
That's
pulled
correct.
out.
No, that's correct. I will do mine
Fuck,
first.
boy.
For their tactics. As you push forward, you hear horns blow from the north and south on either side of you. As Mr. Whitman, you turn and see a sight you have not seen in a long, long time. Though they may be ragged, though they may not bear the colors honorably anymore, you see men in Union colors
No,
astride horses riding towards you as Benton's Raiders, the gangs that you guys have known
oh
about
my
and have not
god.
invested in, have been bought by Van Zandt Industries and come around to flank you on either side, as they are going to try to make a flanking maneuver with their cavalry. And their battle plan is to continue to fall back as their cavalry buys them time. They don't really give a shit if they all die, but they can buy time. So they're going to have a +2 to their battle plan and a +3 from tactics as you all are flanked by cavalry. It's not a +4 because you have men on rooftops, but you can respond as see fit. What is your battle plan and tactic? Oliver can no longer participate in this unless he chooses to knock himself the fuck out doing so. But JP has one more ride here if he wants to.
Because I'm at -2.
Yo,
Yep. You can get to -3. -4 is what takes you out.
Okay. So I roll this one at -2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
We need to cut
I'm
off
gonna
their
yell
retreat.
for everyone to get in buildings. Oh, wait, we're in a city. In alleyways.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, this flanking isn't gonna do shit. It's so congested that their numbers will count for nothing. See what I did there?
I'm peeing, but yes, I saw it.
Yeah, they're on horses. We're in alleyways. Like, it's not gonna do shit. Yeah, we're gonna push through.
You get the idea, just as a seasoned tactician, that they want them to harry you enough to slow you down. They don't actually give a shit
Yeah.
about these people surviving. They just want you to
Yeah.
be slow.
Yeah, so we're gonna push through to the people retreating still.
Okay.
We're gonna face the flank head on. Like, oh no, we're not even gonna
So
face
what?
it head on.
Try to
We're
like
just gonna take it.
try to cut them off because they're probably heading back to the factory where they have some fucking tank or something.
They are, as you can see, retreating back to the factory.
I say we try to cut them off.
Okay. My roll at a -2 was a 13.
Trying to
God
think what
damn.
else.
And I still have 2 bennies that you guys haven't needed to use yet, so
No, we'll probably have to take some losses here.
So the battle plan is to just try to use the alleyways to your advantage so the cavalry can't make the most of their effectiveness and just push forward.
sounds like it.
Okay. I'd say your battle plan probably overwhelms theirs, so you get a +1, but you're still at a -3 for tactics. Because even if you do push them, you're still going to get harried by the cavalry. You may not be absolutely mowed over by them, but you will take losses from them unless you have some sort of tactic to slow them.
I'm thinking. I mean, it's along with like the alleyways. I mean, they could just whenever the cavalry like gets to them proper, they could jump into buildings.
That's
I mean,
that. I mean, that would minimize losses, but it does also accomplish the goal of the cavalry to slow you down.
yeah. Mm. Fuck. I don't have a lot to work with here.
If you don't have a tactical advantage, just say so. It's entirely possible you don't have a tactical advantage.
Glad unless you got something beside like I mean, we can stick to alleys, but we have to like yeah, we have to try and cut off their retreat. And I can't think of anything any circumstance that might help the army.
I mean, you still have a battle plan advantage. It's just your tactical advantage is being overwhelmed by theirs.
Tell me
I
if
don't
this
need
is too
overwhelm.
much.
Hmm?
I got my own cavalry charge.
Oh. uh yeah, tell me if this is too much.
Okay.
With because they've set some buildings on fire and collapsed a bunch of shit.
I get what you're going for.
Try to just use like broken buildings to where the horses just can't follow. But
You
they
want to
like
finish knocking a building over to try to.
yes.
Okay.
I don't have a way to do it, but because again, all my explosives, unless Jimbo decides to come up out of the woodworks,
If you
and
want to say that there's a civilian element to the battle plan here, so if you say that happens, that's what's happening.
I would like Jimbo to arrive because I mean he knows us. He knows that we're the cause of this.
Mm-hmm.
He said we were close to brothers.
This is
That's my
true.
hear me out. He's our cavalry, but he shows up with like a fucking bomb.
I will give you Jimbo support, and I will give you a +2 to that, and it will reduce theirs by significant. So essentially, their battle plan had them a +2. You guys have cut that to a +1, and I will say tactically, Jimbo Guinness is worth 2. So they
You're
have a plus.
generous.
They have a +2 to their roll, and you guys have a +2 to your roll
Thank you,
because you
generous
outnumber them
God.
by 1, and you have the battle plan. But also, JP got a raise on his battle effect, correct?
13. Yes. So
Roll on the battle effects. See how that changes this.
Roll something dirty. Another slaughter would be great.
That'd be cool.
I got Valor.
Hey,
Valor.
we like Valor.
Okay, so I get a +2. You guys get a +4. I believe I have to roll first to set this DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
As DM, that seems correct.
Yep. +2. 7 is the number you need to beat.
And we will gladly use chips to make this as big as you need, lad.
If you want this to be a strike, like a deep strike, you need 11.
Yeah, with that we need that to happen because we can't let them get to the factory. Take it.
Take one of mine.
Yeah, take one of his.
I am Spartacus.
Don't forget Bubba has one.
Bubba's gone. Oh, he came back.
I don't know. What was it? Oops.
Bubba. Bubba.
I haven't heard Bubba this entire time. I think his
What?
Discord might be like fucked up.
Bubba.
What?
Bubba.
Hello?
He needs
Hey,
you, Bubba.
Bubba. Bubba, it's a lad.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Bubba.
Bubba, it's lad.
It's me.
Hello?
It's me.
Hey. I need your
Hello?
aid, brother. I need your aid, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Can you hear us? Daniel was just messing with you.
But
Lend me
who's
your
on
aid.
third?
Daniel wants your chip.
Alright, use it.
That was so much easier than it normally is.
He had to wear him down first. Thank you, Bubba.
All right. What do I get? A +1?
You get +4.
+4.
+4? That's 14 then.
Oh,
Shoo! Okay,
Bubba's-
so that is
Bubba's
another
thing goes there.
victory on y'all's part. Which means their numbers are reduced from 4 to 2, as you guys number at 5, as you take a massive advantage on the field. In the back, JP, how do you provide valor this time?
Man,
As you have annihilated a zombie horde and you were just behind the tribe moving to catch up.
oh man, at that point, I'm just fired up.
He's just blasting now.
Nah, I'm just yelling, we can do it! Don't let them get away! We can't let them retreat!
Okay. Words of encouragement from the preacher behind. Spurs everyone forward as the voice of the Lord cracks its whip from behind. And for your advantage, Benton's raiders come running from the southern side as they draw cavalry sabers and pistols, whooping, hollering, shooting, and screaming as they charge. And from the building to the right, that same doctor's office
oh
for
no.
geographically is the only thing that makes sense. It's a goddamn shame. As they are just about to cross the threshold, you see a man who has got bags and like straps all over him push a plunger down as the building erupts in an explosion and falls onto the horses. And the men, as 15 men, are crushed beneath a falling building. From the other side, as they come running from the north, this same man rears up, strapped to his right shoulder, cranking with the other. His own Gatling rifles. He just starts shooting bullets and screaming as loud as he can. He hits almost nothing,
That's fine.
but it's enough to make the horses rear and fall back as a lunatic fires a weapon at them.
Oh yeah.
Now, Daniel, you know what? Let's resolve morale on this one first, because they are at a -8. There's an extraordinarily high chance they rout this turn. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll morale. You don't have to roll morale because you didn't take losses. I do have a 6. If I roll a 4, they keep fighting. That's a 2.
Ah!
How do you break these troops and push them into a full rout?
Well, seeing as their cavalry charge didn't do what they wanted, they got real scared, and they all just kind of started fleeing. They lost all composure.
Mm.
They started breaking apart. There's ones and twos, easy to pick off, scouting like little rats, like little fucking Skaven.
Don't say that, they'll come back.
He brings up a valid point. As
The city starts to sink.
as buildings are burning around and screams echo, gunshots start to fill out, the automaton forces are mostly destroyed, as it's mostly men falling back, trying to keep orderly as possible. You finally get a glimpse of their commander in the back. You see a woman in a red coat with a brimmed hat riding on a horse in the back, trying to marshal the men. Unable to hold them together, they start to fall back as from alleyways on either side. Lawmen who would normally be bringing men in fire into the crowd with no intent on taking any prisoners as they start loosing round after round, infuriated by the thought of all their friends that have died here today. As blood fills the air, fills your nostrils, it's all you can smell is blood, gunpowder, and smoke as they fully envelop and start to run them down. The mass battle is over as the troops continue to pursue the fleeing and now scattering Van Zandt troops. You see the leaders break off and attempt to flee, though they are being pursued. And it's now back to essentially you all, as Mr. Whitman charges through the breaches, just shooting and blasting as he goes. As you see Captain White look up at you, Mr. Whitman. Van Zant's not here. He must still be in his factory. We'll finish this up. You all get over there and take care of him.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let's go to where this all started, boys. Let's finish this.
Hut, 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 hut. I'm tired, boss.
Bet you are. Remember, wounds and bumps and
Yeah.
bruises stack.
Yeah.
So if you are wounded and have bumps and bruises, account all of that into your rolls.
So I'm still at a -3 for this. I don't have any
You are.
wounds. Okay, so I've got the bumps and bruises.
I'm at a -4.
And yeah, Oliver's at a -4. As you all make way towards Van Zandt Industries, you two are able to acquire horses and charge through. The streets are choked in chaos as you see Van Zandt's men trying to run, as deputies and militiamen run them down and execute them in the streets. As you all charge forward, you see the gates are open of Van Zandt Industries, but where there was once a door leading down, there is now a chasm. As you remember the explosions you heard earlier, the chain of explosions, as it looks like the front courtyard area has exploded and dropped down into a ramp leading up from the sub-basement. As you all have a straight shot towards the interior.
Guess we take our shot, boys.
Is this where we go around?
We're just shooting straight in.
Oh boy.
As you all charge in to Van Zandt Industries sub-level, you go deeper and deeper in. On horseback, things fly past you as you're still moving forward, unable to really focus on what you see. You see conveyor belts and machinery, you see weaponry everywhere, you see things that don't make sense as they fly past. You see strange contraptions, you see odd devices. And that all sort of culminates as you come around into a large factory floor. Scaffolding all around, and the center is made up mostly centered around what appears to be a cast, open and used, huge.
Hmm.
And as you show up, you hear sounds of rumbling, and you look beyond to this sort of control station. And sitting at this control station, you see a couple men working hurriedly as you see a train underground starting to roll out of the station. Well, not starting to, already moving out of the station. But before you see that, you see a man who seems to be strapped in armor, with pistons pumping and steam rising from it, liquid running throughout. Beneath the armor, you see what seems to be like a black peacoat. This man has a gray, sort of salt and pepper beard and a bald head with a top hat on top. As he turns as you all enter, well, he kind of like pulls out with this massive armored hand and opens up a very small pocket watch and shuts it before putting it back. The three of you have been an unexpected complication. As he stands to his full height in this sparking armor of about 7 feet tall, clearly not his actual stature. Part of me wants to ask why or how, but I'm curious if you even say anything about it. Maybe it's just luck. I don't know.
This plan doesn't-
Abraham Van Zant. A pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. I already know all your names. Maybe you will humor me then, if I asked why any of this has come to pass. Why interrupt my work? Interfere with my business.
There's enough evil in the world. We stop what we can.
I most certainly agree with that. Though, judging by the route that I hear outside, you don't agree with methods.
Can't say that I do.
I suppose that's fair. A bit narrow-minded, but fair. I don't suppose 3 of you would be amicable to hearing me out on maybe an understanding.
Look to my right, look to my left. I think we're past that one. Sure you understand.
I do. For what it's worth, I think we all could have had something to offer each other, but he takes off the hat and just kind of throws it aside as armor. He pulls a helmet down. So it is. And I need everyone to draw an action card.
Fuck.
I'll draw for him first. If I don't like that, I'll draw for him again. I can only do that once, but it definitely worked out better for me. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay. I have the 10 of clubs for you. Oh,
Okay.
he got the ace of diamonds.
I figured he got an ace.
Yeah. Who's next?
I'll go.
The king of diamonds. And then Mr. Whitman gets the 6 of clubs. So the order will be Van Zant, JP, Oliver, Mr. Whitman.
Are his boys a part of this combat?
They don't seem to be combatants. They're not wearing armor. They aren't armed. They seem to have just been part of getting the train going. And at this point, the train is mostly headed down a tunnel.
Okay.
So, as he steps forward, this large, steaming, pulsating armor, you see dust stone inlaid and running through it. And on one hand, you watch as he clutches what seems to be a lever and lifts up with piston-powered machinery a long tube with a small flame lit at the end of it.
Hmm.
As he is going to make a cone flamethrower attack against all of you. You were standing together, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well. Alright, let me make my attack roll for him. Where's my D8? I got a 6, so it hits. For 8 damage. To all of you. What's everybody's toughness?
5.
Okay, so thankfully, well, only no, JP got a 5. You're good. You're all shaken, but none of you are wounded as he rolled pretty shitty on that flamethrower. And as he does that, he blasts through, just kind of rakes back and forth with it before pulling out from the side a canister that he cracks open and throws up into the air, and it explodes, showering down this sort of gray smoke on him that seems to make his body like shimmer as the dust sort of coats the armor.
Okay.
Did
Protection.
activate. I'll let you roll. Well, I'll let you roll either an
Academics.
occult. You know what? Yeah, you can roll academics if you want.
I was
This
gonna
is
say,
science.
if this doesn't work, I was gonna say let me put that over in the cult. Not with all these minuses.
Okay. Yeah, it did something. You're not sure what it was, but as he cracks this and drops it over himself, bathing you all in flames. You all think you know what it takes to protect this world, but you have no idea as he steps forward, and it is now JP's turn.
JP. Hmm. Hmm. This is not about to turn out well. Alright, I am going to
Save the day.
I'm gonna shoot at him with the Marlin.
Sure. How many times? Just once?
Just once. Nasty old -3 hitting me.
I say we can't afford to shoot more than once.
Get to reroll 1. Okay. 7.
7 hits.
Okay. 2d8 plus 2 with 3 to armor piercing.
He definitely has armor.
That is 10 damage. 11 damage, sorry.
He is unaffected.
Fun.
As the round bounces off his right shoulder and he just kind of grunts and looks at you. Gonna have to do better than that. It's now Oliver's turn.
Gotta beat a shaken.
Yep.
Oh, can't make that. D8. Uh, 14.
14 is definitely beating the shaken.
Any kind of cover around here?
I mean, there are conveyor belts all over the place, machinery. That massive cast is open, so it's got either piece on either side. Like, there's cover to be found for sure. And, like,
Okay.
metal cover. Very good cover.
Yeah, I will find very good cover. As far away from both Van Zant and the boys. Because we don't stand in lines here.
Smart boy.
And I've learned my lesson. And I will take one shot with the Springfield.
Take the shot. at -4.
At
I believe.
-4. Yes. Um, 1-6. No, I don't hit.
Okay. You rattle off a shot, and I know you can keep track of your own shit, but do remember Springfield's a single shotgun.
Yep. We're swapping to a pistol after this.
As you dive to the side and as you slide, you take a shot, but the momentum's just too much as you shoot wide. As it's now Mr. Whitman's turn, this hulking suit of armor with a man inside is advancing on the three of you.
On the two of them.
On the two of you.
I'm gonna move way out of range of him with my increased speed.
Sure.
Uh,
You move your 40 feet. Which way? Like further in, around him, back?
just kind of to the side of him.
Okay. I
Opposite
assume the
of
opposite of Oliver. Yeah.
Then I'm gonna shoot him with the Winchester
Okay.
AP2.
Okay.
Uh, 5.
5 does hit.
And I'm gonna do oh, that's not a 8.
Rolling the wrong shit.
I'm gonna do 9 damage, 2 AP.
Bounces off his heavy armor. As it reflects to the side, it is back to his turn. He starts by... There's no point in doing this in a cone, so he'll just do it normal. This is just JP. Alright, it activates. JP, I need you to make a vigor roll.
This will be at -3 because of my bruises.
Yes, it will.
Okay. With the -3, I got a 5.
Okay. That is not quite good enough, as he got a raise. He lifts up his flamethrower arm, and he flicks a switch as the flame flares up a little higher, and a tube above shoots forward, and some metal, you don't know what, hits the fire, and it makes a very bright flash as you are temporarily blinded. In every turn, you're going to be able to make a vigor check, DC 6, to try to get out of it. Until then, any action you take that requires sight is at a -2. And he is going to advance to melee with you, and he is going to punch you.
Ooh, I don't like the sound of that.
And that is a hit. Where's my D10? For 14 damage. That is... And you have a 5 toughness?
Yeah.
2 wounds and shaken.
I will burn one of my 2 bennies. With the -3 to it, I do not pass.
Oof. 2 wounds and shaken. You, anyone else have bennies? I don't want to, like, breeze through this. If anyone else wants to use it to soak, I'm not gonna.
I've got
I
one
can't,
more,
unfortunately.
but...
Okay.
Can I burn a
As
second one as myself, or does someone else have to do it?
Yeah, no, you can keep burning your own bennies.
Yeah,
So
you
I'll
can
burn
use
my
it.
last
It's a resource.
one.
Like, once you use it, it's gone, so that's bad, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna use the last one then. Nope, still a fail.
As you shut your eyes as this flash happens, you try to shake it off, You think to move just in time, you realize how long you've had your eyes closed. Maybe only 2 seconds, but you realize it's 2 seconds too long. As you try to look up just in time to see an iron fist graze past you, clip you in the hip as you feel a fracture go through your pelvis. As the metal grating below you shatters with this fist, crumpling upward, as you are now in melee with Abraham Van Zandt. It's your turn.
So I got to do a vigor roll.
Yeah, you are shaken, so you gotta make a vigor roll to be unshaken.
I am not unshaken.
You can still move. You just can't take any like actions. But if you take an action, obviously
Well,
he can get a reaction.
I'm blind, so I also can't see.
You know, it's all bad.
So I guess I'll attempt to. Well, since we can't take actions, and since I'm blind, am I able to even do a disengage?
Um, Let me check the exact wording of shaken. Give me one moment.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
You go P. I legitimately think this is the first time in combat one of you guys has stayed shaken. Okay, yeah, you can only take free actions or move.
Okay, so yeah, then I'm just kind of stuck where I am.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
Then I
Okay.
get in at the end of my turn. You said I can try to be unblinded.
Yes, make another vigor roll, DC 6, to be unblinded.
DC 9 because I'm at a -3. I don't make it.
Woo, boy. And actually, not to be a jackass, but you're at a -5 now.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Not to be that guy. But it's Johnson's turn. Whenever he gets back from taking that big old whiz.
All right, boys, I'm gonna hop off.
All
See
right.
y'all
Had a
around.
good one.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Nicholas.
You guys got this.
I hope we get it. We're doing
Yeah.
fine.
I think you're the only one who's doing fine right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're all still alive.
I
You
won't be
are.
next turn.
No. You might be okay.
Brian's not gonna target you again.
Yeah, I am. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Your boy said I can't soak no more.
We, you can't soak no more.
He's out of bennies.
Yeah, everyone's out of bennies.
Mm-hmm. I'm not.
Cool.
Hey. God, I need a chance to roll it up.
Y'all see that the bridge in Greenville, Tennessee got ripped apart by the floods today?
No, I didn't.
One of my coworkers just sent something because his family lives out there.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
It's all going crazy at this point.
Oh my god, Chaz. It's taking so long to pay.
I think it's playing with it at this point.
Oh, he is. He's helicoptering it, pretending to pee.
Are you gonna do Savage Worlds? Pirate one?
I hadn't thought about it, but maybe one day.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yahar.
Are you already planning my next campaign?
No, I'm just saying. I saw it on Savage Worlds thing
Yeah,
that they have a whole pirate.
that they do. That they do.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
All right.
All right.
All right. So it is now your turn.
God, do we start playing ballsy or not? I feel like we kind of have to. I'll take a shot with my lament.
Okay.
on
Shotgun
Ballsy.
mode or
Not shotgun mode.
okay.
We might give it one more turn before it comes to that. Nope, not a hit.
Flies past as the bullet sails past him. He continues to menace down on JP. It's your turn, Mr. Whitman.
Well, I get a move. I move right to behind him.
All right.
I'm right behind him.
Okay.
Take out the quad barrel
Okay.
and
Do it.
fire.
All right. Both barrels, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
2 barrels. Give me a shooting roll +2 for shotgunning. Also, if you roll a 2 or a 1, let me know because this is one of those occasions where innocent bystanders may become a rule that has to be used.
AKA me.
Yeah, no, you might smoke Austin if you roll a 2 or a 1, so like don't.
Ooh.
Mhm.
I got a 4.
That is exactly a hit. 3d6 +4.
Explode as many as you possibly fucking can.
Seems like a good idea.
Seems like a good idea.
No AP on shotgun though.
Oh, the AP on the Winchester didn't affect anything, so
I mean, you only rolled a 10.
only a 10.
This dude is wearing a suit of armor.
Against fucking armor penetrating bullets.
It's true. It's true. His toughness is
magic,
just kind
brother.
of really big, you know. You remember the automaton?
That
You
thing fucking
remember.
sucked.
And you guys played your cards right to where you didn't have to fight one on its own. You got to mass combat your way through them.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. 16 with my bonuses.
16 with your bonuses? You shake him.
Oh, shit. Speaking of shaking, I didn't do a shaking.
Oh, go and roll it.
Oh shit.
But it doesn't matter. Got a pretty good vigor. 5.
Yeah, you're good. The shot goes off. You have shaken him, and it's his turn. This is kind of a fucking big one. What's his vigor? Hold on. This is kind of a big fat check right here we gotta make.
I mean, it's gotta be low.
Why?
Does it?
because his constitution's high.
A D8 and a D6. Because he's a wild card. He has to roll a 4 or higher on one of these.
Could fail.
God, I wish we were in person. I would love to roll this in front of you guys. I have a 1 and a 5. He does not. He recovers from the shaken. He's going to make a melee attack against JP, and he's going to turn around and make a flamethrower attack against Mr. Whitman.
Whoa!
So-
How can you do 2 attacks?
You can
We can
also
do
do
3
2
attacks.
attacks at any time if you would like to.
Oh yeah, you're right. But at disadvantage.
What?
It's disadvantage, ain't it?
It is. He has a -2 to both of these. So
Yeah.
I'll do the flamethrower attack first.
Oof. Only
That is a
-2.
5, so it does hit. 7 on the die. $14 fire damage to Mr. Whitman. And you have how much? Wait, flamethrowers don't have AP? That's fucking crazy.
Oh, no hit. It's a damn
No,
shame.
how much is
Damn
your toughness
shame.
with AP?
6 plus
So-
1.
7. So 14. Was 14 what I said? Yes. 1 wound and shaken. Right at the
Think-
threshold. Almost 2 wounds and shaken.
Hmm.
And now the fucking 1.
Mm.
I don't want to kill Austin. -2 on this.
Ooh.
I'm rolling a D8 and a D6. I need to roll a 6 to hit you. I rolled a 9 on the D8,
Mm.
which is a hit. Wait, so it's not a raise though. That's important for this. I rolled worse than I needed to. I got 9 damage. You have a toughness of 5. That is 1 wound and shaken.
Ready?
So, how many wounds you at now? 3 wounds?
That's 3.
Okay, you're still up. You're still just by the barest chinny chin chin up. And that is his turn.
Alright, vigor check -5. Fail.
He's still shaking.
Alright, so then that's the end of my turn.
Yep.
Vigor
Roll
check to
for
be
blindness.
unblinded.
Yep.
That is a fail.
Getting hard out here, boys. It is now Oliver's turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're doing this. I'll run up, free action to flick the switch, and give him the underbarrel.
Shotguns are meta, dog.
Shotguns are meta. Okay.
You have a +2 to this because it is a shotgun.
Okay. Let me look at my minuses.
I believe you're at -5. Right? Or -4. 1 wound, 3, -4. So
Four. I'm
-2
at
on this.
-4. I had to kind of look at it for a second. I got an 8.
Hey, is that with the -2?
With minuses.
So that's a raise. That's a hit and a raise. 4d6 damage.
4d6 damage.
That's big
Alright.
damage.
It has to be at this point. Or they're gonna break the bat even more. Okay, that's that. Those are good numbers. 1 explodes. Explodes again.
Oh,
Okay.
math.
15. And all right. 29 damage.
God damn.
Okay.
I rolled 2 5s, a 4, and my 6 exploded a few times.
So that is 13 up on his toughness, which is 16. So that's 3 wounds and shaken. I'm going to use my last Benny to soak. I have to, legally.
No. Legally, you have to.
I'm able to soak 1 wound, leaving him with 2 wounds and shaken.
Okay.
Shit.
It is now Mr. Whitman's turn.
Blast him. Blast his ass.
We've now established, and you now know, his toughness is 16.
Okay.
He's wearing
I
a
understand
suit.
he's wearing magical armor. I get it, Brian. I understand the concept. I grasp it.
He's in one of the things you fought, but betterer. I assume there are 2 more barrels about to be unloaded.
No.
No?
Take out my ornate gold dagger.
Oh.
Do I bypass armor if I just stab him?
If you
Not
want to make it
gonna
a if you want to make it a called shot, I'll let you.
Does it bypass the armor?
I mean, I'll let you bypass a certain portion of the armor. I'd say 4 points of it if you can make a called
So,
shot.
so I have to roll 12 damage
Yeah,
Yeah.
or more. Nah, I just go
12.
with the. I just go with shotgun again. Fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
Blast him.
Yeah. Ain't gonna be worth it.
I mean, you saw what Chance's shotgun just did. If you can get another one like that.
No, I'm talking about with the dagger.
Hmm.
8.
8 hits with a raise. 46 plus 4. Very strong. Very strong.
Sounded like a lot.
Uh, 18.
18 damage. He's already shaken, so he takes a wound instead. 3 wounds and shaken. Back to his turn. He's at -3. He clears his shaken.
Shit.
7 on the die.
Ugh.
You see the joints of his legs lock together, and you see pistons rise up to the length of his chest before they slam into the ground and shoot a burst of electricity out as he casts Havoc. It does activate. I need everyone to make a vigor check, DC 4.
Okay.
With what skill?
Vigor.
Vigor. Uh, 12.
You pass?
6.
You pass?
JP technically rolled a 1.
Oh.
Is that 2 ones on the die, or is it
Oh.
math 1?
Well, it's a 1 on one die, a 5 on the other die,
Okay,
-5
that's
is.
not a crit fail. That's not a
Okay.
crit fail. That's good to know. JP, you, however, do take 9 damage, which is 1 above, and I think that's your 4th wound, correct?
That would be my 4th wound.
I need you to make a vigor check for me as you are incapacitated.
2.
Two.
Well, actually,
Okay.
at -5, technically -1.
Okay. Gotcha. So you didn't crit fail. That's the extraordinarily important thing. I need you to roll 2d6. But you rolled very low, so you are taking a permanent injury from this.
Do I give you the total or
Total of 2d6.
6?
6. All right.
Is that with minuses?
It doesn't need to be minuses on the injury
Okay,
table.
good.
Roll another d6.
One more d6. 1.
Okay. So broken. As these pistons pulse into the ground and electricity shoots out, you are hurled backwards and you pivot in the air before you hit right in your solar plexus, just straight on a conveyor belt, and you feel your ribs shatter. You will reduce your agility die by 1 die type until you find a way to heal yourself.
Ooh.
Or, if not, never. As your
Same.
guts are shattered.
We're brothers now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have guts.
Now, here's the very important thing. Next turn on JP's turn. If something is not done to him, he is going to have to make a vigor check. If he does not pass, he dies. You all can find ways to stabilize him via like a medicine check. But if he fails his vigor roll, he dies.
You got that chance?
Ooh, I mean, I can
You got a
I can
medicine
try.
check?
I mean,
So the
I could.
Do you have the skill of medicine?
Oh, medicine? No, I don't.
That's a shame.
Oh, healing. Yeah, I do. I have healing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now that that's resolved, the second attack he was going to do to Mr. Whitman. He does not hit on his second attack, though, as a massive claw swings past after he sends JP flying and smashes on the ground. He looks at the two of you. I gave you a chance, but you were too stupid to take it. As it is now. Well, JP got taken out of the turn 4, so we're going to Oliver. You got 1 round to either try to save JP, take this guy down. But I don't love JP's odds of making this vigor check.
I don't love our odds. Is his vigor check made with all the minuses?
Yes. His vigor check will be made at -7.
Ooh, okay. If it was 4, I was gonna let that roll, but all right.
Dude, I haven't been at
Which I mean,
-4 in a hot minute.
He would need to roll an 11 in order to not die.
Okay. So disengage.
I am going to say something that is technically true. Nick never used his chip. If you all would like to have it, it's yours.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So what? Disengage, move, healing
Heal
action.
Yep. So
That's
the
gonna put me at a minus
-2 from
on
that.
top of, okay.
Yep, and then -3
4.
or 4. So -6 on the healing roll. You need a 10 to stabilize him.
10? Fucking
10.
Christ. All right. I guess that's what we're doing.
I haven't sat down in 25 minutes.
God.
I'm pacing up a storm back here, boys.
All right. Yep. Just like duck underneath one arm as he tries to swipe at me as I get away and slide over to JP.
Yep.
Let's just roll these one at a time. It's stressful this way. All right, well, that's a 1.
Bad start.
And a 6.
6.
Pop.
Hey, you need to roll an 11.
So I
So
need
a
this to
5.
pop too.
You need a no. You need to roll an 11. That's accounting for the negatives. You need a 5 or a
Okay.
6 on this die.
Easy, right?
Easy. 1 out of 3.
I got a 5. Whew.
You stable. Tell me how in the you see JP is snarled up on this conveyor belt. As you go to pull him off, you realize one of the wheels that kind of sticks out is jammed into his chest. And his ribs from that point are shattered as he has a hole roughly 2 inches in diameter straight into his chest.
So
So is he like in the machinery?
Yes.
Well, I don't need this to be pretty. I just need him stable.
Savage Worlds is a very kind system when it comes to injuries until you become incapacitated. Then it screams, fuck you, die, 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 as hard as it can.
I don't need it to be pretty. I just need him out.
Alive.
Yeah,
Yep.
alive. And so I'll just take my sword and basically pry the gear that's holding him in out
Uh-huh.
and just
Ooh.
kind of yeah, and
Ooh,
get him
first.
out. And then actually I assume that like Ollie has seen, like a chest wound like this before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so he just gets to work just like, I don't know. Hell, he might even have to put like his arms over his wound and just like rip off his shirt and then bandage. Basically him like just holding himself together.
Yeah.
Just quick, brutal. But if it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
I'll buy you another shirt.
All right.
Pull out my
A
pistol.
very nail-biting turn as we move to Mr. Whitman. His turn is next.
I'm gonna. This is D&D rules. I can kite.
Yeah, no, you can kite around him for sure.
I'm gonna kite in between me and the other two,
My man.
and then shoot him again with the shot off.
I think I have a
Okay.
gift for this.
You have to reload first.
Yep, gotta reload, take the minuses, then shoot.
Who?
You.
Both of us, homie.
You
I
you've
know.
used both barrels twice.
I'm using my sawed off, not the barrel.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're dropping that place off. I got you. I got you.
I'm pressing 2, swapping weapons.
I get you. I
Oh,
get
I'm
you.
pressing 2, and then 3, and then 4, then 5, then 6.
Ooh. Ooh. That's a that's a um that's a 15.
Damn. Yup. Were you shaking? Hold on, before we resolve this, you weren't shaking, were you?
Nope.
Nope.
Not
Okay.
that,
Yeah, I
yeah.
missed. That's right. Yep.
Trying to get me killed over here.
I'm trying to keep this fair,
4d6,
man. Yeah,
right?
46 plus
Or is
4
it
if you're using both.
5d6 now?
No, it's 4. 3d6 is normal, and then the extra d6 from the raise.
I don't get 2 raises?
No.
Sure.
I'm positive.
I'm gonna check that little sheet of yours.
I'm positive. 46 plus 4.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Go pee.
19.
19 damage. All right. With that, that's an additional wound. He is at 4 wounds and shaken. He is not down.
Yeah, I know.
4 wounds and shaken. Let's see if he can resolve his shaken with a -4. You guys are wearing him down.
Please not. Please don't.
That's a 9 on the D10. So a 5. 1 attack against Mr. Whitman because he can't afford to make 2.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say. As I'm pulling the lever back, I would say you may have gave us a chance. I was never going to give you. I was only going to give you these. Pull the trigger. Boom. Okay, continue.
He hits you with a claw attack.
Bring it on, bitch.
Oof.
15 damage.
Ain't nothing.
The claw is armor piercing.
Down comes the claw.
So 6, correct?
6 + 1.
6. 9 damage. 2 wounds and shaken.
Oh. I tumbled to the floor.
How many wounds do you have?
2.
Oh shit. That's you out. That's 4 wounds.
Here,
As
I have 1 chip. You take it. Roll to stay up.
go for the soak.
Sure.
I'm grabbing my
It's that or
titties right now.
You might need
Is
it.
that
I'm
is that
going
or
for
I
my-
use it to hit them?
I've got
It's
my
up to
tits
you.
gripped so hard right now.
So perky. If I'm giving you a chance to stay up, or if you don't want it, then that is a chance for me to hit them. I'm telling you what I've been saving for.
I think you should save it to hit. For me, I'm not worried about dying. I'll just say that.
All right.
He's got plans.
He's got plans.
He's got plans on plans. All right.
I mean, I kind of can't die. I mean, I can.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. You are not a full hallowed. You can absolutely die.
Oh, you want to make that a permanently possess me or whatever?
Oh no, see, yeah, no. If you die, you're gonna get one of those choice moments where some shit gets a little wild.
Yeah, you want to make it to where I turn into an actual hallowed?
You know?
I
Maybe.
thought that's
I'm just saying the consequences are actual death, and you know what comes after actual death is kind of just a thing. Do what you will with that. Anyway, as you well, is Austin back? I don't want to narrate Daniel getting fucking smashed without Austin here.
Doesn't sound like it, unless he's
No.
muted.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Hey, you're right on time.
As you say, I was only gonna give you these. He smacks the gun away from you, grabs you by the head. I've seen the value of human life, and you'd be surprised how cheap it is. And he throws you across the factory.
Oh.
You sail across the side and smash into the wall. Give me a vigor roll to see how you're incapacitated.
Oh, 5.
You got a 5? Oh wow, you succeed. So you are not bleeding out. You are just knocked unconscious, but you do still take a wound. So give me 2d6s. Or I'm sorry, an injury. This injury will resolve itself whenever you get rid of all your wounds.
Do I add these together?
Yes, add the 2d6 together, they don't explode.
7.
7. Roll a d6 again.
Oh shit.
5.
Reduce your strength die by 1 as
Bitch.
you smash into the wall and you feel just your back give before you black out from the pain as you fall a solid 6 feet onto your face and hit the dirt.
There's my gallows humor. Been here before.
He turns back to you, Oliver, the last man standing. The value of one life. Cheap. It's the value of all that means something. Something that most of you seem to have forgotten.
Depends
And
on the
he's-
value of who you're asking. Because to me, that's priceless.
Well, I doubt your opinion will matter much longer anyway. As he starts to advance towards you and it's your turn.
I start to advance towards him, move up to him, reload the shotgun shell.
He has got 4 wounds.
Yep, and I'm rolling with a -6.
We'll see how it goes, baby boy.
We'll see how it goes, baby boy. Let's do this part. Whew. Butthole at the top. Alrighty.
10
Using
is
that
the
last
number.
chip.
10 is the
Yep.
number to get you there.
Okay, both those exploded.
Hey,
Hey, hey.
12. 2 will get you that raise.
That's another 6.
We're going even further. We're into unnecessary territory.
All right, with minuses, so -6 for the reload and the wounds. 14.
That hits with a raise. 4d6.
46.
It was actually 16. We forgot about the +2 from being a shotgun.
Oh, hey.
4d6 and a fucking dream, boys.
And a fucking dream, baby.
My asshole hurts, you guys. I'm really scared.
Alright.
I don't want to TPK you guys, so I really need you to just go ahead and kill me now, okay? I don't want to do it.
Alright, okay, so math. So far 12 damage, but I have one more d6 to roll because I only have
Okay.
3 out.
It's not doing it just yet.
12 plus 6, that explodes.
18.
18. Alright, and that's a 5.
So that is 23.
Yeah.
23 damage. He has 4 wounds above his threshold. That is. Wait, no. 23. That's a 7. That's exactly 1 wound. And shaken. How do you want to do this?
Oh, oh.
Oh, fuck.
Uh, I will just I'll run up and duck underneath one of the claws and then jump up onto his exoskeleton and whatever part that Whitman blew out of him, he'll grab and tear a chunk open
Mm-hmm.
and shove the little mat point blank into him. Let's see how much your life's worth. And blow a hole out the back.
You blow a hole through the back as blood and oil start dripping down the front of his chest as he hits his knees. He coughs out blood as it runs out of his mouth. He just starts kind of chuckling to himself a little bit. This is what I get for working with amateurs. Damn you, Adams. As sparks start to ripple throughout the suit.
Do I get a chance to roll with this?
Because this is a bigger suit,
Shame.
you see the steam and the electricity rippling throughout it. You got one turn. But Whitman is far enough away. JP is not.
All right. Trying to. Now we used all of our side bennies. All right. Hear me out.
Hear you out.
Is he close enough to the cast to try and close him in it?
The cast is big enough where you could close both of you in it. But it
Easy there, Chief.
will require a strength check on your part.
I will give a check to close him in it.
Strength or athletics. I'm not a monster.
Would you look at that? They're the same.
Crazy.
Crazy. This seems more of like a strength thing than an athletic thing.
That's fair.
So throw that into your descriptor.
Mm-hmm.
2d6. Fuck. Yeah.
You want me to tell you what the DC is, or you just want to feel it out?
I think we just fill this one out. I
That's
think
fair.
we're past it.
That's fair.
All right. First d6. That 4 isn't going to cut it.
Especially since that 4 is a 0.
That 4 is a fucking 0, exactly. 6
Okay.
goes.
I got a 2.
All right. 6. 7. I'm not sure that gets it, but
With a
it might be.
7, you are able to throw JP into the cast and close it just enough to try to conceal both of you. JP will not take any damage because you have shielded him, but as your body is having to make up for the crack in the cast, you will still take partial.
That's fine. Let me see if I can't find that one gif.
But I do roll dog shit on damage. As you take 7 damage. Reduced from 14 because of the cast. As you just feel the force of an explosion, and you're straining with all of your strength to hold it shut as green crackling lightning and fire race through the room. And then quiet. Silence. You barely peek out and you see the charred remains of Abraham Van Zant slumped forward in a shattered and broken apparatus he was piloting. You look around. The last man standing. Van Zant's gone. His cronies were destroyed in the explosion. Your friends are both unconscious, broken-bodied. But you're all that's left. You look out through the little ramp that you rode down in on. You see the sun starting to rise over a saved spring field as the smoke floats through the air. That's where we're gonna end this one. That got a little dicey.
It did.
got a little dicey.
That one got a little wild, friends.
Nah, we were fine.
I don't know about that one. I don't think we were fine on that one.
I think I found the proper amount of combat. I think I found the formula. I will say it was a little rocky at first, but I actually very much enjoyed mass combat.
I liked the
No,
mass
I
combat. It was fun.
Yeah, I liked mass combat. It was weird at first, but no, I think it worked out.
Woo! I had intended on, if we had time, maybe doing the wrap up for Springfield, but if we do another session, we'll just do it then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But good job, everybody.
Good job, boys.
You made it. You saved Springfield. You stopped Van Zant. Look at you. Look at you. What was everybody's best and worst?
My worst is that I should have called for everyone to take an inspiration for doing the battle
You know?
before the boss fight.
I had intended on doing that. Completely forgot about it.
My worst
See,
was
I was
not
like-
taking cover in the boss fight.
I was
You
like,
know?
I'll wait for Brian to do this because I don't want to be throwing them out and be an asshole.
You
And then
should
never
have done
came
it.
out and said shit.
You should have done it because I meant to. But I was in the moment.
That just means I'll take my inspiration from you on Saturday somehow.
I mean, yeah. We're all gonna die on Saturday. This was nothing. We're gonna die on Saturday.
I still say I put this up a notch above that.
I think you guys were fine. I'm with Daniel.
No, you knew what was coming.
I mean, I gave you guys an extra inspiration or an extra token at the beginning of the game for a reason.
We
And I
still
feel
needed
like
an extra one.
I feel like every chip that I gave at the beginning was used and needed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, best and worst, hit me with them. Hit me with them.
I have two bests that I want to put on because I liked when I opened up the crater to kill the zombie boys, but I also really liked when I saved Chick from falling to her demise.
I feel like this was a very long session, but I really feel like all the escape stuff was a different session at this point. I'm just like, oh yeah, that was the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was dicey too.
Again, we had to spend all those chips so we could get to the battle.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No regrets there.
Mm-hmm. What about your worst, Austin?
I said mine already.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I said not taking cover at the beginning of the end fight.
You know, it escalated quickly. You know, it got out of hand, and that tends to happen. What was your best, Chance? I only heard your worst.
I'm thinking. There's because, like you said, it felt like 2 sessions. Some highlight moments. I'm very glad my zipline plan worked.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I was glad someone came up with a plan because I didn't have one. I was really hoping you guys did because I didn't know
always
how the fuck
worries
you guys
me.
were getting out of there.
See, if I could have gotten 2 zip lines off, I would have tied up the dead body guards and sent them down that way and splatted.
Mm-hmm.
Try and make it a bit of a distraction.
I know you don't. I know you don't like it, but I really like that mentality of DMing. I'm never gonna have plans for how you guys get out of shit. That's your problem. I don't make solutions. I make problems, dog.
I was telling Megan this the other day. I'm like, nah, Saturday's fucking easy mode. Friday's playing on fucking honor mode. Like, no doubt.
Megan's played with me before. She gets it.
Like giant sea monster popping up. It's like, I can work with this. This Nope. I have a plan to possibly give us a single chance.
And it worked. It worked.
It worked. Up until it almost didn't.
That's what almost it. Man, I really thought Moira was done for. I thought she was gonna scream and fall, and everyone was gonna die.
See, again, that's what I was like. We have to use all of our chips right now because if we fail a single stealth roll, we're dead.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much.
Yeah. But I'm very happy that plan worked out. I like the battle quite a bit. That was fun. Again, worried at first, but I think it was fun. I liked Lad being able to do a lot of battle stuff. That was good. I like that Jesse.
Maybe.
Is that the other JP?
Could be.
Could be.
Jessica could
Jessica.
be Jesse. Maybe we're there.
Jessica.
We could be getting there. Maybe we're almost there. Who knows?
I like that she kind of giga chatted her way through the session.
God, if you guys were rolling like she was, it'd been a fucking steamroll. You guys have been fucking through this shit.
Okay.
She rolled almost exclusively with D4s all night, and the amount of force she rolled. Again, like D4 is obviously the easiest die to crit on, but like her 25% were bigger than y'all's were.
I mean, just like with the rest of this system, it's just like it's not
Feast
the
or
battle,
famine.
it's the war. Yeah.
Yep.
Like I think the battle went really, really well, especially whenever it shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, one more step. It's like, boss, I don't know if I got one more step in me.
You guys winning the first phase of that battle was incredibly crucial. Like, if you hadn't, you would have been on the back foot for the rest of the fight, and I think it would have went worse. Like, a lot worse, if you guys had lost the first bit.
Ooh, another highlight was Jimbo being able to show up.
I didn't know. So, I'm going to also clue you guys in on something that never happened, and I'm moderately disappointed, but also happy that it didn't happen, because I don't like killing my own NPCs. If you guys ever fully lost a fight phase, I was going to make you guys roll a d10, and that was going to kill one of the NPCs in town.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah. But you guys never fully lost a fight phase, but I had it right here. Number 1 was Melvin Hicks, who was the preacher. Number 2 was Mabel the barmaid. Number 3 was Jameson Hughes. Number 4 was Jessica Hughes. 5 was Frederick the Prince. Number 6 was the Madam Isabel Higgins. Number 7 was Jimbo. Number 8 was Mark Ainsley. Number 9 was Earl Monroe, which is the old guy who got broken into earlier in the thing. And number 10, if you rolled a 10, no one died. But none of that ever happened.
Not Jimbo, not Isabella.
So none of the named NPCs died because you guys never lost a fight roll, which was pretty good.
Oof.
Good for us.
Yeah,
Good for
one
you
distinct
guys.
best. I don't know. There's a lot of highlights in there.
Well, then what about you, Daniel? What were your best of Mars?
I like the what'd you call it? The race scene.
Mm-hmm.
Race was
I like
fun.
that was first of its kind that we've done.
It was a little rocky. I had it planned out better. It was a little rocky, but you know, I like it. I like a good chase race team.
And the battle, that was cool. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. Just unique stuff.
I mean,
Not
I got them. They're there.
Not-
It's just they got to
not
pop
just-
up.
yeah, just not fighting or talking, but like unique things. That's what I was talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And then worst.
I was
I don't
sitting
know.
there like thinking to myself as you were saying, I was like, "Well, you wait for this session, buddy."
I don't really have a worst for this session. Not really.
You know, I'm okay with that. This was kind of a finale session. If you don't have a worst, I'm cool with that. Normally, I'd badger you for it, but
This is all pretty good.
Yeah, any worst I have is like on my end.
I do think my best was that I feel like this may be the first time I truly challenged you guys. Like I
Okay.
feel like
Challenge.
You died.
I didn't
you
die. I'm
you
still
got
up.
incapped, baby.
I'm still up.
You're
I didn't die.
incapped.
No.
Nah,
No.
dog, not me. That ain't me. No, I'm gonna be real. When I got Austin, I thought I might have killed him
Mm-hmm.
because like Austin had a lot of negatives. Austin had the most negatives we've ever seen on a person.
That was
I
scary.
mean, -7 on every roll is kind of fucking rough. Also, you guys are gonna have to rest for a while because I don't know if you guys know how healing works in Savage Worlds, but it's
Forever.
gonna take you guys like 3 weeks to be back on in fighting shape. And Austin, unfortunately for you, you're gonna have to use magic eventually to fix your injury, or you're gonna have to actually get a surgery done
Nice.
because you took a permanent injury from yours since you rolled so bad.
Excellent.
But
And
will the
you know,
magic help with that?
he does have a spell. Heal will work with that. The only problem with heal is, and I'm sure this is actually probably a good excuse for some remedying. He can cast it to heal a permanent injury, but the power cost is 20 power points.
I ain't got 20 power points.
It's the most expensive version of that spell. He could short it, but he would be making the roll at -10. And if he fails that roll, he can never do it again
Yep.
on that same injury.
Oh, on that
So
injury. Okay.
so if he wants to get that injury, he's either gotta get right with God or find a real good doctor. Or
Hey,
roll
I
real
have
good.
a real good doctor.
There's
He's a
some things
fine
he can't
doctor.
some things he can't fix, man, you know, like
I
dead
know.
people.
I'm just being a dick.
No, I actually like he would be the first option for trying to fix his injuries. Just he would actually have to make like a surgery check, which could be bad, could be good. Like it's dangerous shit. But then again, also no, he can't because he doesn't have a practice anymore. Now that I think about it, Jimbo blew it up.
A unnamed hero.
Unnamed hero blew up his fucking doctor's office. You know, thinking about what just transpired, we might have needed that. Jimbo might have made a bit of a cavalier call there.
Well, if it wasn't for him, there,
Calvary up the ass. Yeah, I know. I know.
a lot more dead people and could have lost. So, congratulations, you have the option to suffer.
I was sitting there. We had just made the conversation about weaponry. I was like, if one of these cavalrymen gets anywhere remotely close to Daniel, he's gonna fucking lose his shit if I don't let him have a cavalry saber. He's gonna fucking shoot me if I don't let him have a cavalry saber. You still awake, Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's cozied up in bed, son.
Yeah, he is.
No, I'm not.
You laying down right now?
No.
Waiting to hit that end call button.
Uh-huh.
What was your best and worst?
I already said my best. I feel like this is the first session that I feel like I really challenged you guys. It only took 15 tries, but I think I got there. I think I'm getting a grasp of how to challenge players in this game, and it's not just like combat has to be precipitated by a lot of like important skill checks to drain bennies, because the chips are the strongest thing in the game, and if you guys go into a
Yeah.
fight with full chips, then there's nothing I could possibly do to stop you. So I think I've got a better. This is giving me better insight in how to properly challenge you guys in Savage World. So I that was my best. My worst. The race was rocky. I wanted it to be better, but I don't know. When I was narrating it, I was like, I feel like I'm just dragging my feet now. I feel like I'm just delaying what should be like one check to beat them there.
I can see that, but I still think it was fun.
I do too. I like the concept. I just think the execution was a little poor. I'll try to do better next time.